University of Pretoria Future Africa Campus. And I'll be your moderator for this session. This session consists of 4 main sessions. So we'll start with a keynote presentation, followed by a panel discussion. We'll get into Q&A, and then we'll also conclude with reflections. So yesterday there was a lot of discussion, a lot of talk about what can be done. Some solutions even came up yesterday. But then there was a question that was asked. I don't remember who asked the question. They said, if all these solutions are here and we've got a plan of what can be done, why are we still facing the same challenges that we talk about all the time? Why do we talk in circles? This also came out this morning, and I remember my previous panelist was talking about action, action, action. So in this session, we'll unpack some approaches towards sustainable and resilient food systems. So to help us to do this, I would like to call upon Professor Tafadzwa Mabawudi. He is a man who wears many hats, but I'll shorten his CV. Prof. Mabawudi, if you can come up stage for your presentation. He is a professor of climate change, food systems, and health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and director of the Institute of Natural Resources, NPC, in South Africa. Previously, he was a research group leader for the Sustainable and Resilient Food Systems at the International Water Management Institution, and co-director and founder of the Center of Transformative Agricultural and Food Systems at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I could say a lot about this guy. He is a globally recognized researcher, a boundary spanner, science advocate working with the WEF Nexus. Professor Mabawudi, you've got 15 minutes for us to listen to you and learn from your experience. Over to you. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I saw you were really enjoying having it. Sharing is caring. Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction. I got an email this morning. I did not have a presentation. I got an email very early in the morning to say I should come up with some slides, or else I would be an embarrassment. Yes, that's the term that was used. That otherwise we'll be embarrassed. Other people have been having very fancy slides, but when now you just want to come up and talk. And then I came up with one slide that I thought was a very nice slide. I was very happy with it. And I got harassed again during breakfast to have more slides. So I split that one slide into 3 slides. Okay. So, but essentially, what we want to talk about, it's essentially a theory of change, really. I've been here listening to people over the last day. Before yesterday, together with Fanrpan, we ran a series of webinars that happened online from, I think it was July, from June into July. We ran 4 separate webinars looking at climate change and food systems, One Health approach, water, energy, food, land, nexus, and then biodiversity and everything else. Prior to that, we had commissioned research to really look into these 4 thematic areas through a project called Climate, Land, Agriculture and Biodiversity, or CLAB for short, which is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, to better understand what was happening in the food system space in Africa and how we could move about achieving transformation of the food system. So it's a process that has been happening and it's still ongoing. Us being here this week also forms part of the process in terms of tapping into regional experts and policymakers to better understand the problem. So this is something that I also always use in my interviews whenever people interview me and say, what are you really good at if we bring you here? Then I always say, I can facilitate building a shared understanding. That's what I do best. But essentially, it's what we always need to do. So, do we understand problems in the same way? Do we understand the context? And there's the societal context, there's the environmental context, and there's an economic context of things. And we need to understand all those three concurrently. A lot of us are trained in one of those different areas, and often we're not trained to look across and beyond. So we might only understand a problem maybe from a biophysical perspective, and then, take it through a process that is anchored in the understanding of biophysics. But then we've ignored the social and the economic issues that are also linked to the problem. Equally, people in the other kind of sectors might also understand it separately. But a problem is better understood when we actually put together the different systems, the socio-ecological, the socio-economic system, and we understand the problem together. In understanding the problem together, we need to also be able to map what are the barriers, what is really stopping us from moving forward. We have said we've understood the problem, but what is really stopping us from moving forward? And there are several issues that stop us from moving forward. Here we've just mentioned the ones that came into us when we were having these conversations. Africa in general faces water, environmental, energy, and food insecurities. And those then link into several other things which they undermine. So it was interesting to learn that in other countries, whilst we always think it's water that is limiting, it's actually energy that is limiting, not the water. In other systems, it's more the environment that becomes more limiting to progress than anything else. So basically we have WEFI issues. We've got the poverty, unemployment, inequality nexus, which also makes things very difficult. It means our starting point is almost always behind the actual starting point. So we never start the race where the race is starting. We're always behind. And when the race is finishing, maybe we're just getting to the starting point. So we have structural issues that create what we call vicious cycles that continue to put people into poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We face gender and social exclusion. We talk about it, but it is an issue. We have climate change now acting in the space, and all of us are experiencing it in one way or the other through the intensification of extremes. We've got also massive losses of biodiversity. We're talking about how much biodiversity we have, but we are also losing much of it at an alarming rate. And climate change is also exacerbating the rate at which biodiversity is being lost. So those all form part of us understanding and building a shared understanding around the issues and the barriers that we face in trying to move ahead. Oh, I had moved very far. Yes. So as we move forward, in some of the things that were discussed yesterday, what we start thinking about are the activities. How do we now start moving forward in terms of activities that we need to do? A key underlying issue is capacity development. We need to innovate, and we need policy to support all of those. So, and we need to work in integrated ways. So there I'm talking of climate resilient agriculture, agriculture, environment and health, climate, biodiversity and health, the welfare, as I mentioned it, and transdisciplinary approaches, basically working beyond research and working with other actors, non-research actors or non-traditional partners, which is part of what we are trying to do here. We've got all those different people in this room trying to co-create these policy solutions. The other thing that we are also doing here, at the club fellows here, like all of the FSNet fellows, can you just stand up? There's supposed to be 35 of them. Tells you a lot. But part of what we are doing also is working to build a new capacity that is actually trained at the interface of these things, that is trained in these spaces that we are occupying, so that they are better able to conceptualize problems, they are better able to reach across than some of us, how we were trained. We've got, limitations. And the outputs that we need to achieve, what do we want to achieve? We've talked about nutrition and health. We want to reduce poverty, improve livelihoods, issues of gender equity, youth and social inclusion, and adapting to climate change, and also mitigating climate change. So those are some of the activities that we want to achieve based on the conversations that we were having yesterday. Now, that is the complete beast. In my original presentation, that was just the one slide that I had, but I was told that it was too complex, and I had to give it in dribs and drabs. Now, by show of hand, does this look too complex? How many people think it's too complex? Just the people who are harassing me. The rest of the room is getting it. I'm vindicated. We could have just dealt here. But this is just now articulating where I'm saying, what is our vision? What do we want to achieve? It's important that not only do we have a shared understanding of the context, we also have a shared vision. Because if the vision is different, then we are working towards very different goals. We can be flexible in terms of, the activities, the outputs, but the vision, we should be unified in the vision. I usually give an example to my students to say, if we say we want to go to Johannesburg for a meeting, we must agree that we are going to Johannesburg for a meeting, and that the meeting is on Monday at 8 a.m. We can differ in terms of how we are going to get to Johannesburg, and that is allowed and encouraged. That is diversity of opinion. Someone will want to walk, someone will want to fly, someone will want to drive their car. That is allowed. The important thing that we must agree on is whichever way you are going, by 8 a.m. on Monday, we should be there for the meeting. But if we can't agree on that one thing, that we are going for a meeting in Johannesburg at 8 a.m. on Monday, and someone thinks they have to be in Victoria Falls, someone thinks they have to be in Cape Town, then we are working towards very different things. There's never going to be convergence. And this is very important when you talk about coordination, collaboration, and partnerships. And that is where leaders are important in terms of articulating that vision. If we lack a shared vision, it is very difficult for us to organize ourselves. It is very difficult to deploy research in order to solve problems, because we are thinking of different problems, it is very difficult to also mobilize resources to address those problems, because again, what we are looking to achieve is very different. So the emphasis in this whole diagram is at the top and really at the bottom. At the bottom is we need to have a shared understanding of what the issues are and how do they link to our context at a very local level. That is always important to have. And then at the top of it is we need to have a shared vision. Say, what do we want to achieve? What do we want to gain? What is the goal? In between, in terms of the activities, what the activities output into and the outcomes, those can vary, and they will vary depending on our different interests. Our interests cut across water, environment, food, and health, and that middle part reflects that emphasis. Your interests could focus on different things, and we all should have different interests, but the vision is what we should share, and the understanding of the problems is what we should share. So this is just a summarization of a process that has been going on, supported by a lot of young early career researchers who've really done a lot of work in extracting the information from the literature, synthesizing it, and putting it in a format that, we can then summarize it in that way. Have I stuck to time, Colette? I still have about 2 minutes. Okay, this is the part where we dance and sing. We've got 2 minutes. But the other thing that I just wanted to do before we wrap up on this theory of change is to ask a question to the floor. To say, as we are gathered here, what is that vision that we can actually be united around as a community of practice and as a group of people? What is that vision that we are all united to achieve? It would be good if at the end of this policy dialogue, there is a statement that says, as a community of practice of food, systems experts working in the region, we unite, or we agree that we want to achieve this sort of vision. We understand the problem to be A, B, C, and D, and to be located in these dimensions, so that then as we drive together in the next coming years, we are all pushing towards that unified vision as a collective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mabaudi, for that thought-provoking talk. I have many questions for you. First of all, this is very busy, but we can work with it. Thank you very much. You can take a seat, and a panel of experts will join you just in a moment. But one thing that I would like you to think about in response to your question that you were not allowed to ask, I'm the only one who's asking questions today, and the audience, is that how do you share a vision, or how easy is it to have a shared vision when you've got competing interests? How do we do this? Because I think it's one of the things that is really imposing a barrier to achieve some of the targets that we want to achieve. We all have our interests, and why must I share a vision? And I think it ends there. But we can reflect more on this when we get into the panel discussion. So now I would like to call my 3 panelists. I'll start with Professor Sue Walker. And Professor Sue Walker is a collaborating researcher on the Club Africa project funded by the Gates Foundation at the University of Pretoria, Arua SFS. She's a retired meteorologist working part-time at the Agricultural Research Council, in Pretoria. She's currently leading a GIZ SADC project, and she has got lots of experience in meteorology and climate change. Can we give her a round of applause? Thanks, Prof. My second panelist is Dr. Matilda Azongcho. Please come up. She is a postdoctoral fellow at the Arua Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems at Future Africa, University of Pretoria, and the Center of Environmental Studies at the University of Pretoria as well. In her research, she employs various approaches such as gender mainstreaming and empowerment tools, participatory rural appraisal, and many others, including the WEF Nexus. And we'll hear more about that when she is speaking. Our third panelist is Dr. BICC Katambi. BICC. Dr. BICC Katambi is a lecturer at the Department of Earth and Climate Science at the University of Nairobi. She's an environmental sociologist focusing on the environmental governance, climate change, and society with a focus on sustainable development. Her interest is in bringing in research, society, and the environment. Wow. Okay, so this is my panel, and I would like to start with you, Professor Sue Walker. We've spoken and heard a lot today, but from your experience, I would like you to take us through what we have learned in the past, what we got right from your experience, and maybe what we got wrong. What is stopping us from changing and having a shared vision? What can be done to achieve sustainable and resilient food systems?
Thank you very much, Dr. Coletta. Yes, thank you. When I came back to Malawi this week, it brought back the memories of walking in the farmers' fields here and seeing that they are the ones that taught me about what we call mother-baby trials. So there's a trial that satisfies the statistics from the researcher's point of view, but then the farmers also have 3 or 4 of those experimental plots. And it reminds me that the farmers are the best experimenters because they're the ones who are doing it every day, and they know that they have to produce something to feed their family at the end of the season. And so they have a different perspective from us. I think maybe those years ago we didn't think that the climate was going to change, so we could rely on what our grandparents taught us as the stable indigenous knowledge. But it doesn't always work if the rains don't come when they've always been coming. So that's why we need to have climate services, or what we call agromet advisories. So it takes the normal weather forecast or the seasonal weather forecast, and it adds some extra value onto it about what the farmers can do in their own field. And I was very happy this morning that the South African DG explained about the fact that we need to have different answers or different solutions for different parts of the country or the continent or different ecosystems. So that's where we come to what we're now promoting as agroecology, where we look at what is the ecology of that area, the soils, the climate, the slope of the land, and then try to see which are the crops that would be the most successful, but not forgetting that the community has a say. And so those are some of the early lessons that I learned about participating, that we'd really have to ask the farmer first. And I don't know, sometimes there's been some criticism that researchers haven't done that, but in general, the researchers I have anything to do with are good at putting their feet in the dirt. And if we even think of the cultivar trials that were run for many, many years in South Africa, and they were across the rainfall gradient, and they were all on farmers' fields. And I'm sure that Dr. Theo at the back there will remember those trials as well. And they really help to show the farmer study groups what to do. So I think we must really see that it's not always that we did things wrong, but we just have to continue to always ask the farmers and be with them and see what their problems are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sue Walker. I'll come back to you with more questions, but let's move on to Dr. Matilda. A number of people were very unhappy yesterday, especially during the opening session. Does anybody know why people were unhappy? Do you know why?
We were missing women representation in the opening session.
So, Dr. Matilda, I want you to just answer this question for me. What is stopping us from being intentional about gender? What action should be taken in the context of gender for sustainable and resilient food systems? So we saw in the theory of gender, of change that Professor Mabaudi presented, the word gender is there, and I know my gender activists here are going to be happy because they say if it's not visible, nothing is going to happen. So I think what I need to first ask is for the House to clap for the University of Pretoria, Arua Center of Excellence, Professor Mabaudi for making sure that you've got a woman-led panelists. Can we clap hands for them, please? But we come back to the question, Dr. Cho. Why is gender not important?
Thank you, the moderator. Actually, I was one of those who observed the gender imbalance from yesterday. From the moderators to the panelists was all male-dominated. I'm coming in here from a gender perspective, looking at how we can transform the food systems. It's kind of worries me that since the Belgian conference in 1995, which advocated for gender equality, it's almost 4 decades, we are still talking about gender inequalities. We are still talking about gender underrepresentation. We are still talking about gender discrimination. Why is gender important in the food system? We could see from the theory of change framework, gender, youth, and social inclusion was almost at the core of it, implying that the actors, their relationships, and their interactions are an integral part of the food systems. So, I want to argue that if we want to transform the food systems, we need to transform gender relations. We need to transform equal power relations. It it's even getting worse because the impact of climate change, which is affecting our food systems adversely, and also the sustainability of natural resources, which most of our communities depend on for their livelihoods. It makes gender inequalities even more complex. So that means we have to change the way we are doing things. We have to change the way we are approaching gender. When we're talking about gender equality or gender inequalities, what are we looking at? Are we looking at the symptoms? Unequal access to resources? We have been looking at that over decades. Still, we are faced with same challenges. We do not expect to keep doing the same things and having different results. Hence, there is this paradigm that is on the lips of every actor, the donors, the politicians, the researchers on gender and social inclusion. How do we achieve that? There is a popular framework which is coming up and utilized by most international organizations, which is the gender transformative framework. What does that entail? That we should stop looking at the symptoms and go to the root cause of the problem. We can only solve the problem if we understand where it stems. By root cause of the problem, we are looking at attitudes, we are looking at policies, legislations, belief systems, cultural norms that perpetuate gender inequalities. So, how can that be unpacked? In the context of the food system, gender issues varies across the system from farm to fork. So if we are intentional about solving the problem, we should look at it across. Look at the various gender issues. We have to map them and understand them. And we also need to understand how it plays out at different levels. At the family level, the community level, right up to the national level. What are the gender issues? We need to unpack all of those. So within the context of the community where most of my work is based, it will entail making all the actors an integral part of unpacking the problem. The root cause, digging deep into the root causes of the problem and being part of the solution. And it will also entail collaboration by all the parties at various levels, as I've mentioned, in solving the problem. Research has proven that if we collaborate, we increase productivity. So, coming to the contributions that policy needs to make, policy needs to promote this collaboration through awareness creation, promoting awareness creation and capacity building of all actors to participate in unraveling this problem and also contributing towards solving the problem. And last but not the least, we need women's visibility in key positions where they can influence policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cho. I think this is in line with what Professor Suwoka was saying earlier, that we need to understand the problem, the context, what was being done in the olden days, and then we can start applying. I was very worried when you mentioned frameworks, because now we saw a theory of change, it's a framework, and then now you're talking about a gender framework. Yeah, there are many frameworks, but then we are saying we want a shared vision. Okay, we'll deal with this when we go to Q&A, but let us move on to Dr. Besika Tambi. I want you to just reflect on practical actions that you see fit for a resilient food system at community level. Who should do something, and when should they do it?
Thank you very much. May I ask for your attention? On your table, there is water. Yeah? Do we have water? I can't hear you. You do? Okay, so take a sip of that water. Just take a sip. Just take a sip of water. Have you taken the sip? Okay. So what made you believe that water is good? Yeah, we're talking about a shared vision, and that we want to be part of this shared vision of having sustainable food systems. You didn't question my intention of asking you to take water. Yes? You went along with it. So we start, the first practical step is creating the trust. You trusted me. You trusted what I was telling you. You trusted the fact that I would give you a solution and you take on. So we start from there. We start having practical things by putting in trust. Then the other bit where you've asked us when and who and where. We've heard from the science side, we've had the gender side, but now the issue has been nobody is listening. Someone at the back is talking, someone here at the front is talking, someone at the middle is talking. So there is no time we have a convergence where we sit to talk. So the world is moving now to science, policy, practice, interface, where the science will meet with the policy makers and the practitioners who are the farmers. And now in our case here, as part of the food system, will be able to have an interface. And we've started it today. The room here is full of different actors who need to be in that place, and we start having a conversation based on trust. So those are the first practical things we need to do. Because once we build the trust, then we can be able to tell each other where the issue is and what it is we need to add on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katambi. But trust, it takes a long time. A lot of work went into the human physiology and why we need water. I didn't have to question that. That trust was built with a lot of research and work and resources that went into that. So it is interesting, and I know, I believe you when you say trust is needed, but I just feel like it's a lot of time. Why should I trust all these parties for us to have a shared vision? It just sounds so difficult. So I'm coming back to you, Professor Mabaudi. How do we do this trust thing and have a shared vision? How can I trust you not to have something that is in need for you before we move on with your theory of change?
I would say the first part is stop asking professors difficult questions. I think that's where most things start going wrong. The reality is that trust is earned. It is not a given. And what we have always lacked, and we still lack, is sincerity. We are not sincere at all. Most of us We are fly-by-night, researchers fly-by-night, practitioners. We respond to the money. You know, he or she who pays the piper calls the tune, and then the tune keeps changing, you know, like disco music. Then it becomes very difficult. Now, communities persist. That is something that we forget. If there's a community of people that is called the community of Lilongwe, it persists. You and I will have a project that we come with for 5 years, and we'll come here and say we are here to solve hunger in Lilongwe. After 5 years, we will exit. We will take some nice pictures, write some very nice documents and so forth, and exit. The community will remain here, still dealing with their issues. Another group of people will come in as well and say, well, we are here to deal with child and, you know, maternity issues. And they come and go. But the community persists, the issues that they have persist. Now, if we want to build trust, we also must persist. We must not be fly-by-night people. So one of the big things that, looking into this room, we've got people like yourself, Chilidzi, sorry to pick on you. We've got, you know, our DG there. We've got important leaders in this room today. And the biggest thing that you can do as the leadership is to create a vision that persists. You know, the projects and programs might come and go, but if you create a vision that persists and continues and is programmatic, then people will start to trust our intentions when we work with them, because they will know that we are still working towards the same vision and goal, and that we continuously reflect together with them to ensure that that vision is on track. So that would be my thinking.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting and a very challenging, thought-provoking challenge that you have given all the leaders that are in the room. I would like us to move on to Q&A, because I know a lot of things have been raised here, and so the way we'll do it, keep it short, your name and where you come from, and try to keep with the previous moderators 10 words, please. So let's keep our questions short so that we can answer as many questions as we have. I can see a hand here. Just show 1, 2, and 3 for the first round. You can go.
Thank you very much. 10 words. Prof, how do you create persistence when the donors come with their resources in bits and pieces? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you get the award for the shortest question. Well done. Second question is that side.
Thank you so much. My name is Anthony Malunga. I work in the research and gender section from CARE. But I want to check something with the doc, who is a gender expert. Yeah, so pardon me that I'll explain a little bit. Yes, from Beijing days, we may not have made a lot of progress. But I still think that we have things that we should acknowledge in terms of movement within gender and women empowerment issues. In your view, given the context that exacerbate discrimination and gender still remains, for example, the education sector, the religious sector, the communities, we still teach, we still train, we still pass messages, including the media, that are kind of discriminatory, which perpetuate these norms. What do you think need to happen if your reflection over the 4 decades of loss, not much progress, is true, and what needs to happen for these to change? Because I do not think that it can be drastic, because patriarchy reforms and changes over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, Dr. Munyalo.
Thank you so much, panelists, for the insightful discussion. My name is Susie Munialo, and from Arua Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food System. So my question is on trust, and I was just asking, like, can beneficial mechanisms such as intellectual property rights help build trust in communities in which we undertake research? For example, designing such mechanisms, could they go handy in building trust within communities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Prof. Sue Walker, I want you to deal with the one with IP, the one from Susie. Can that help us with trust? And then Matilda, the gender one. And Professor Mabaud, you can start with the funding question that was asked here.
Oh, are we starting there?
Yeah, I'm going to come to all of you.
I don't know why I always get the tough questions. I need to get another job. But I'll answer your question from a personal experience. I have worked with the same communities in South Africa since 2008. And I also had to make a deliberate and intentional choice to continue working with them. And over time, what I had to do was to learn to work with other people, because their problems are bigger than what I can address from my own perspective and understanding. So I had to bring in other partners into that same space who could address different areas of the problem. I had to continue applying for funding. And of course, each funding would focus on something different. Some was climate change, some was nutrition, some was on the water resources, some was infrastructure, some was on rehabilitation and restoration, removing alien invasive plants, some was on grasslands. But because we had a vision for those communities that said we want to transform these communities to become part of a rural transformation and economic development agenda. So all of these projects, different as they were, plugged into this vision that we had with the community. And continuously, we still engage with them as we reflect and understand the problems and the context better. But also, in a way, as we build those strong relations and strong case studies, like end of this month, I'll be in Senegal with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as part of their strategy discussions. We've also now been able to come and inform funders' strategies, because we are coming from a very strong experience of evidence of what works in these communities. So we do have that power to come and influence the donor agenda, because the donor wants impact. They want bang for their buck. And if we can show evidence and case studies that you get bang for buck if you invest in these areas because of other investments that have already been made, we can actually also inform the agenda that way.
Thank you, Prof. Mabaudi. Prof. Sue Walker, do you think IP can assist it with trust, building trust in communities?
Well, I guess if we could rewrite history, maybe it would be able to help us. But if we look at IP, there's so many intricate details that are needed for the registration and all of those kind of things, and proving where the information came from. And so I think as researchers, or maybe researchers around the world, we haven't always been diligent about acknowledging whose information this is, or whose material this is, of which plants, where they came from. And so I think we have to say we're sorry. And when we say sorry, we say we will make a change. So I think we have to reassess what we can do for the communities where that information came from, and also where those plants originated from.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Katambi, would you agree with that view of Prof. Walker?
Yes,
building trust, as we said, is the issue of transparency and having the honesty. So if we can put policies and have that governance where we do community research, and when I say community research is we work together, transdisciplinary, where I don't work in my own silo, and we get the communities to work and understand that when we have this IP, we are working together to build that trust together.
Okay, thank you very much. Shall we address the gender question that came up?
Thank you for this very interesting question. Actually, it aligns with my conclusion, which I didn't arrive at because of time constraint. So you're going to give me an opportunity to conclude nicely. In response to your question, I think we need actionable strategies, not just statements on what should be done. By actionable strategies, I mean defining the actions that should be taken and how it should be done, who should be responsible for accomplishing the actions, and what resources are allocated to accomplish that. Defining time frames as well. And last but not the least, we should have gender-sensitive monitoring and evaluation plan that we can track the progress and, of course, hold the actors accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think one of the things that you spoke about earlier was visibility and intentionality. I'll tell you, when we were looking at this panel, Professor Mabaud, I would come with a male replacement and he says, no, I insist. So sometimes it's about just being intentional about the target that you want to achieve. Shall we just take 2 more burning questions before we move on to the reflections? Are there any more burning questions? No more questions. Okay, one more.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but a comment about vision. Unless I see my interest, myself, reflected in a vision, I have no business supporting that vision. So to the extent that I'm involved in shaping that vision, therefore it will make sense to me. So we need to, I'm not faulting the theory of change, but when I read that vision statement, if I was some villager, I would need to Google the words there to see, do they mean anything for me? So I think we need to rethink how we craft these visions. They might mean something to us, but who actually are we targeting, this vision with? If it's a shared vision, then even the non-technocrats should be able to see themselves reflected there. Thank you.
Professor Sibanda, do you think that there should be different theories of change at different contexts, different levels? And you know where I'm getting to. A framework for gender, a theory of change for this, and a theory of change. When are we going to engage with all this? It's going to become so. Should we have different theories of change that feed into this vision that Professor Mabaudi has?
Well, we need a lot of space if we're going to do one for every grouping. So that's why we need to spend a bit more time and get everybody to the table so that they can actually agree that, yes, I'm covered, I can understand where this term is coming in, and I'm accommodated. Not so much to, you can still have different visions for different entities, but ultimately, we need to agree as humanity what makes sense to all of us.
Yes, and you need to see yourself appearing in that vision. Okay, I just want to give my panelists just 30 seconds each to give us some parting shots. I'll start with Dr. BICC Tambi. Parting shots.
My parting shot will be from the Nobel laureate, Professor Wangari Maathai. She said, I want to be a hummingbird to do that little thing that will make a difference. So I would urge us all to do a little thing in this sector, in the food systems, so that we have a better society and a better food system.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cho.
My take-home message is that we should all be part of the change that we want to see if we are really intentional about transforming the food system. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Walker.
We need to go.
Thank you, Prof.
My parting message, I would want again all the club fellows to just stand up again. Including Andrea and all those guys on that table. Now, my parting message is around developing capacity. I always say that if PhDs were like driver's licenses that expire and need to be renewed every 5 years, a lot of us would have lost our titles. You know, at the next 5 years, would have been stripped of the DR title. Fortunately for us, they don't need renewal. But the reason why I'm asking these guys to stand up is because a lot of the problems and challenges that we are facing and that we need to deal with are going to be solved by them. They are actually the problem solvers of the future. We are part of the generation that has created most of the problems. And if we are being philosophical about it, we always say that the people who created a problem cannot be trusted to solve it. So we created problems. We can't really be solving them. So we really need to involve young people. We really need to give them the opportunity space. We were deliberate in this panel to have some of our fellows sit up here because we need to amplify their voices. We were deliberate in the dialogues that we did leading up to this workshop, where the speakers in those dialogues were not fancy speakers, but it was one of these young people. Because we need to amplify their voices. We need to give them the stage. The stage cannot continue to be occupied by professors. We are a dying breed. We need to go somewhere and retire. So that's my call to action. Let's invest in young people. Let's give them the stage and the voice.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to thank my panelists. I think you can just stand up for a group picture as we thank you, and I will call upon my next speakers for policy reflections. A round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, have we got a picture? Thank you very much. So for the policy reflections, I would like to call upon Dr. Vimbai Chimonyo, who's a scientist working with CIMIT as a crop systems researcher, specializing on adaptive agricultural systems, agroecology, using participatory action research. With her is Professor Maxwell Mudara, who is a professor in agricultural economics at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. He is the co-director of the Center of Transformative and Agricultural and Food Systems at KZN. You have been listening to the discussion that has been taking place, and I think I just want you to sort of summarize and tell us how we can take this conversation forward. At least we've got a theory of change. How do we take this conversation forward? I'm going to start with you, Dr. Chimonyo, and then I'll end with Professor Maxwell Mudara.
Thank you so much, Coletta. So I think I've been listening to the conversations that were going on with Prof. Mabaudi's team, and a lot of things kind of like resonated with the work that I'm doing with CIMIT and with the CGIAR. One of the things that we have been doing is, as an institute or as a collective or consortium, we ourselves have undergone a series of transformation. We do understand that in many instances, the CGIAR has been blamed for a lot of the issues that we are facing within the food systems. But having understood that, we have made it our mission to listen, to understand. So, reflecting on the conversation that has happened so far, we have issues of policy coherence and integration that have been mentioned, more so explicitly and implicitly by a lot of the speakers that came before this particular panel and have been linked to a lot of conversations that happened during the current panel discussion. One thing that was emphasized and overemphasized was the issue of capacity building and knowledge sharing. What have we done to actually say that we have been part of that continuous effort to build capacity and share knowledge? A lot of it comes to interdisciplinary collaboration. A lot of it comes to understanding problems and challenges, how to solve these problems and challenges, and come up with innovative solutions. I think the professor even yesterday was talking about he's looking for wicked scientists to solve wicked problems, right? Are we part of those wicked scientists, wicked policymakers, wicked practitioners to come up with solutions for these wicked problems? A lot of it comes down to also, are we in a space to look at the system and deal with issues as they come about, deal with issues as they change and evolve with the external factors that are coming on board? So what I want to talk about more now is about adaptive management, agile management. A lot of the conversation was more on food from farm to fork. And across that continuum, can we say that we are agile enough to address the challenges that come about? Let me leave that conversation a bit and come to the issue of visioning. Does anyone know the Fanrpan vision statement? Okay, so I guess this is your homework. Now, let's go down to the communities that we work in. Do we know what their visions are? Are we talking about bringing our own vision to them and then trying to structure research and development upon the vision that we wish for them? One of the things that we've done in CIMIT and under the initiative called Agroecology Initiative is that we have tried to formulate vision statements that came from the communities and tried to link them up with vision statements at a national level. And I tell you, my dear colleagues, that there is a significant mismatch. So when we go into these communities and talk about vision, let us make sure that it is a community vision that we are working with as opposed to our own preconceived visions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mdara.
Thank you very much, Kore. I've been listening, and there seems to be convergence. We don't seem to be fighting each other. We seem to be in the same room and agreeing on what are the challenges, but still we're not getting there. and I think that is where the issue is. When I look at the complicated framework that Prof. Ravadza gave us, nobody had problems with it except for Kore. Yeah, everybody was fine with it. Yeah, it looks complicated, but we know it's going to the vision. And but we also heard a lot of people talking about piles and piles of policy briefs somewhere in offices in government, and more are still being churned out. But the problem is we are not solving the issues. We are not implementing much. And poverty, inequality, the gender exclusion, the youth exclusion remain. So I think there's something that we are not doing right. Although we have got the pieces, you know, it's like in a soccer match. One team can win, but the same team can lose if you change the coach, and then the strategy is different. I think it's the problem that we are having is the way we are making the policy makers and the researchers see each other. It could be a question of trust, like it has been mentioned, and I think we are going to have to do another PhD on how to develop trust. Then come back to Fanrpan and say this is the solution. But also, I think we lacking the way of understanding each other. The policymaker, who is by and large my DG here, is dealing with politics. There are issues that they are not theoretical. They are dealing with issues that have to be dealt with, and the minister wants an answer tomorrow. And the policy that we come up with is not answering that. In a lot of cases, we are only dealing with a small part of what he is considering. And then he says, okay, I get you, but then he moves on. So we need to find a way of coming together. So my other comment is that also we lack a way of presenting implementable policies. The policies lack, should I call it quality, but an expression of how much it is going to cost in terms of financial requirements, resources, human capital, and so on, so that they can, and also it should be negotiated. What is available from the fiscals to implement this, and the policy, does it tally? And in a lot of cases, and somebody said in the House, that a lot of our policies are wish lists because they don't recognize the constraints, the limitations that the policymakers are faced with, and hence they throw them on the pile. That's why we have the pile of policies in government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that concludes this session. I would like to thank you, Dr. Chimonyo and Professor Mudara, Professor Maxwell Mudara. It's because you're calling me Kore and everybody doesn't understand. Apparently Kore is my Malawian name. My ordinary name is Coletta, but then the Malawians now call me Kore. So on that note, I would like to thank you all for being an engaged audience. Zikomo kwambiri. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know this presentation is standing between your lunch, but I hope it is going to be one of the most interesting conversations that we need to have as Africa. And I'm looking forward to moderating this session. It is about the elephant in the room in as far as Africa is concerned and agri-food systems. It is about agri-biotechnology, the technology that generates GMOs. And you agree with me that that is the elephant in the room in as far as Africa is concerned. I bring you greetings from AATF, both the board and the management, and I was told to convey our gratitude for the collaboration that we've been enjoying with Fanrpan, and we want to continue to pledge our collaboration in the next few years in as far as our current strategy is concerned. So thank you very much. All protocols once again observed. Allow me to mention once again that this session is about agriculture biotechnology. And as you know, agriculture biotechnology has the potential to transform Africa's agricultural food systems by addressing negative impacts of climate change, enhancing nutrition, and also improving productivity and production. However, as Africa, we've not been able to harvest the full benefits of this technology. According to Graham Brooks' report of 2022, between 1996 and 2008, biotechnology improved global farm incomes by 225 billion. Around the same period, biotechnology decreased the use of chemicals as crop protection by 776 kilograms of chemicals, which represents 8.6% of global reduction in use of chemicals. Biotechnology, in the same period, helped to preserve 221 million hectares from plowing and cultivation, thereby sequestrating carbon and other greenhouse gases. And it was interesting to reflect on that because that translates to about 223 billion kgs of carbon dioxide, and it is equivalent to removing from the road about 15.3 million cars for one whole year. And I was reflecting on Malawi, which imports 139 vehicles in a year, and that means Malawi stopping registering new vehicles for the next 110 years. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see from what I've just given you that perhaps we are not using this technology as much as we should. This is not to say about the 17 million farmers that biotechnology has helped, individual farmers, and also translating the same to about 130 million farmers if you extend to their respective families. In Africa, when you look at the space around biotechnology, only 13 countries have what I call a facilitative biotechnology enabling environment. Despite South Africa coming along, I think around 1996, and to date we only have about 12 actually. Sudan came through as part of the Sub-Saharan Africa in 2022 to adopt a GMO cotton. And Malawi, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Nigeria followed between 2018 and 2019 to commercialize GMO cotton. And so far, Nigeria is the most successful sub-Saharan country to research, approve, and commercialize GMO crops, 3 in number: cotton, maize, and cowpea. And 2 of them being food crop, it is a no mean feat. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look at, one, the state of agriculture, biotechnology, policy and regulatory framework in Africa. How does it look like? Whether it is facilitative or it is actually hindering. We want to explore how Africa can actually leapfrog this challenge. And then thirdly, we want to present a case study of how one of the African countries was able to use a facilitating enabling environment to be able to develop the crops that I've just talked about. My name is Vitumbiko Chinoko, and I manage a project at ATF called the Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology. And our task is to help create and improve the enabling environment on agriculture biotechnology in Africa. As a project, we're in 16 countries. As an organization, ATF, we're in 24 countries. We're hoping that as we're implementing our new strategy, we can actually cover the whole of Africa. We believe the whole Africa needs technology, and we are the premier organization that is translating and developing these technologies to be accessible to farmers. So I want to also mention that this session is going to be a little different. We're going to have 2 presentations, one from Dr. Francis Nangayo, who is going to present on the policy enabling environment in Africa. And then the second presentation is going to be on a case study of Nigeria, so that you can see how the policy framework is able to translate into a real way of doing things. Then I'll call on the panel, which is going to answer first some of my questions that I'll develop along the way. Then later on, I'll open up the plenary for all of us to interact with our panelists. Having said that, allow me therefore to call the first presenter, Dr. Francis Nangayo, who is the Senior Manager, Regulatory Affairs and Policy at ATF. You have the floor, sir.
Slide comes up. Yeah, but let me take this opportunity actually to also thank Fanrpan for the enduring partnership we have with them as ATF, and for inviting us to this policy dialogue event. I'm going to talk about the policy environment for agricultural transformation, and to do this, I'll fast and very quickly, in the interest of time, breeze over the policy commitments that have been advanced over the last 30 years to pivot agricultural transformation in Africa, endeavoring as much as possible to show the link to technological opportunities that can help accelerate this process, and then, very importantly, spend most of my time on the policy environment for innovative technologies on the continent. Many speakers yesterday, I did hear them refer to the consistent policy support that we have had for agricultural transformation in Africa, right from the Maputo Declaration that gave rise to the CADEP agenda, and that does not need any elaboration. What we know is that the CADEP aspirations were underlined in the Malabo Declaration. And actually, Malabo Declaration is not just Malabo Declaration, but precisely Malabo Declaration for accelerated agricultural growth and transformation. And that is good. We all support that. We all align with that. And we were very happy when that was also picked up and incorporated into Agenda 2063 that we all know is a blueprint and master plan for transformation in Africa. Having said that, I want just to then say that it is reasonable to imagine that all these aspirations, Malabo, CADEP, Agenda 2063, it is reasonable to imagine that it was intentional to think that science, technology, and innovation will have a role to play, a big role to play, considering the many technologies that we have. And it's for that reason that the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, popularly known as TISA, came up, laying out in details the plans and programs that should make Africa an innovation-led and knowledge-based economy. I will not go into the finesse of the technologies themselves. There are many, and in fact, my colleague who will speak right after me will give a case study on that. Instead, I want to drift to the area of the enabling environment, and specifically the environment governing biotechnology and emerging technologies such as genome editing. Granted, modern biotechnology did attract a lot of interest. Many of us during our younger days wanted to study molecular biology and biotechnology. It did attract a lot of interest, just as it also quoted many controversies. And that's the reason why the international community, in its wisdom, allowed for negotiations and debate around crafting a framework for governing the safe transfer, handling, and use of modern biotechnology, which was codified in this international framework called the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. This is an international instrument, international law, to ensure an adequate level of safety in the safe transfer, handling, and use of LMOs. And many African countries, seeing merit in this, signed and ratified this protocol. And to sign the protocol came with the obligations of developing your national system so that at least it has 4 interrelated elements outlined here. Preferably have a policy on biotechnology, law or regulation on biotechnology, and set up a system, an administrative institutional framework that would oversee the safe handling of modern biotechnology. And the 4th pillar was, in the course of doing this work, in the course of oversight of modern biotechnology, there was a need to have a mechanism of engaging the public, and that is the best way policy can be made to be receptive to society. I want to add, and this is my own addition, that the protocol did not mention this 5th one, but it goes without saying that for all this to align very well, functionally, there has to be also political goodwill to make this happen. And so I want now to move ahead and then tell you how Africa has fared after signing the protocol to develop a functional enabling environment that has all the 4 elements that I mentioned. When we did a quick check about 15 years ago, this is how Africa looked. You will see countries in green, and my friend alluded to that, having had all the 4 pillars that I mentioned in place. In other words, having what you may call a functional system, allowing for scientists to do field trials, and where there are breakthroughs, take the product to the market. Then we had countries that had developed their systems, not fully, maybe lacking one element or the other, and therefore having an interim system that perhaps just allowing field trials, but not the full stretch of testing a product fully and allowing this to reach the market. And then there were others stuck in drafting and consulting and so on, as the figure shows. There were 6 countries that had signed the protocol, domesticated the protocol to a point of developing the necessary ingredients of an enabling environment that I just mentioned. 10 years later, the picture had improved, and there were now about 11 countries. You have seen, I think we see the addition of Nigeria, we see Cameroon, we see also Ghana coming on board, and we also see Mozambique coming on board. We are trying to update this picture, and we have some work to do, but there are 12 countries with functional systems. Rwanda has just come on board, and by engaging some colleagues in Zambia, I did see that really it's just getting a product to be tested, but Zambia seems like when we finish our analysis, is a country we should color green as having a system that is ready to safely handle biotechnology products from field all the way to commercialization. I am curious that I have only 10 minutes, so I'm trying to move a bit faster, but just this picture was just to show a caution that in the course of developing national biosafety systems, countries have started off aiming to go to the green, dark green corner there. There are some that have walked straight there. There are some that have aimed but are not quite there. And there are some that have struggled along the way. That is to be expected. So what I've just talked about summarizes the current status of the regulatory environment for GM crops or GM technology. You may also be aware that in the course of genetic modification, new advances come up, and people in that field now talk about a more advanced way of crop modification through a technology called genome editing. This is more precise, more accurate, and cost-effective. And for all it is worth and merit, it earned the discoverers, the 2 ladies there, a Nobel Peace Prize in 2020. Many have asked, is genome editing any different from genetic engineering? Scientists will say it's yes, but if it's different, do we need to regulate it as different from genetic engineering? And I think the answer should be yes. But many countries, especially on the world map, they are shown in red, are countries that are still regulating genome editing as if it were genetic modification. Let me fast forward and just show what is happening in Africa, and that's the picture to the right. Countries in Africa warming up to this new advance, and we have now 4 countries being Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, and Ghana, developing guidelines that have been adopted and ready to oversee applications of genome editing. We have also South Africa that elected, and South Africa was a pioneer in regulating GM crops, but South Africa, for some reason, elected just to treat genome-edited products and genetically modified crops as one and the same. We hope they may change their mind because they are different. Mr. Moderator, you can see this is my last slide, and let me conclude by saying an enabling environment is very, very important for technologies to be developed and to thrive. We've seen Africa has walked a winding road, so far about 12 countries with functional regulatory systems. I want just to say that there are countries that started off by setting the bar so high to a point of even preventing advancement in science, technology, and innovation, and had to revise. This is not to say we should have a weak system. Africa needs a rigorous and responsible, predictable regulatory environment to handle some of these advances in modern technology. I thank you very much for your attention.
So maybe you can sit so that we cut on time. Thank you. So that was the presentation on the Africa biotech framework and how it is looking. And I think you can appreciate that we're not doing very well. Can we now have Dr. Ijoma Kawagu, who is going to take us through how they've used their national biosafety framework in Nigeria to research, develop, and commercialize one of their most important food crops, which is PBR cowpea. Over to you, madam.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello? Hello? Are you with me? Are you sure? Okay, so I'm going to actually do a case study of the biotech crop in Africa using Nigeria and Ghana as a case study. IT, please. I will struggle to do this presentation in 10 minutes. You know, when a scientist wants to talk from field, you know, case studies, the professors in the house can actually relate, but I will try. So the topic is actually innovative biotechnology for sustainable agriculture using a case study of pod borer-resistant cowpea in Nigeria and Ghana. I think Burkina Faso. So the outline of the presentation would actually be as follow. I would first of all give a context why we actually had to choose the crop, what was actually the problem, the justification, the solution, the commercialization activities in these countries, what were the challenges and the lessons learned, and the next steps. So by way of introduction, why cowpea? You agree with me that cowpea is actually an indigenous crop. It's an African crop, originated from Africa, and West African for that. And Nigeria is actually the largest producer of cowpea in the world, and as well as the largest importer. Looking at our population of over 200 million is interesting. However, despite the potentials of this crop as a source of dietary protein, and also because of the high cost of the animal protein, now people are using cowpea as alternative source of animal protein, winning for children, women, breastfeeding women. In fact, its potential can actually not be overemphasized. And it's also a nitrogen-fasting crop, you know, to maintain soil fertility for heavy eaters crops like cereals. Despite these huge potentials, the productivity and production of cowpea is actually limited by several constraints, biotic and abiotic factors. There are so many that I did not actually outlist all of them, but these are actually the few I could talk about. And I also want to narrow on the insects, you know, the biotic stress, and actually measuring on insect pest in this presentation. Cowpea is actually a crop that loves a lot of insects, starting from flower thrips, pod-sucking balls, the legume pod borer I'll be talking about, and a whole lot of them. Now, why did we choose the legume pod borer, or Maruca victorata, as the scientists might say, is because, economically, it constitutes about 80% yield loss. It can actually reach 100%, depending on the level of infestation and also the prevailing field conditions. Also, before we actually thought about using genetic engineering, as a plant breeder, I'm actually a plant breeder by training, we actually screened over 15 accessions of cowpea. The cowpea gene pool actually screened to get a source of resistance for this insect, but we could not. Hence, we resolved to genetic engineering. Then for farmers actually growing those crops, for them to actually get the yield of actually what I showed, like 500 kg, 0.5 tons, against a potential yield of 2 tons or 2.5, they had to spray like 6 to 8 times. It's also not safe. Look at the environment, look at the pollutions we cause to our water bodies. And finally, it's also not cost effective. Knowing that the farmers we have in Africa are actually smallholder farmers, and also sustainability of it. So this was actually what engineered us to actually look towards this direction. Now, this insect, very interesting, actually attacks inside the crop. You get it? So even when you spray your chemical, you can't even get it out, unlike those that actually attack on the surface. So that was actually why we actually used, to do the genetic engineering. Now permit me to give you the project overview. Now this project is actually being done in 3 countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and Burkina Faso. We actually had in Malawi, but it was stopped, but actually want to stop it there. And actually the project wants, at the end of it, to get at least a variety containing this gene released in the participating countries. Now this is actually a public-private-led partnership project. We actually get the gene from Bayer, transformation, and everything. And finally, we work with the national agricultural seed system in the different countries to make sure that our research gets to the smallholder farmers, which were actually the end users. Now, let me actually give you, a brief of how I actually did in the transformation. I won't really bore you with the science, but I actually want to tell you, the stages we actually did before we got to where we are. We actually used the BT gene, and then we used the agrobacteriums to actually get into, our constructs. Now, we went a lot of regulatory trials. My first speaker has talked about the regulatory policies, and this was actually all inspected by the regulatory agencies in the different countries. A lot of trials was done for us to secure the approvals, and finally, we got an environmental release in Nigeria and Ghana. Nigeria in 2019, Ghana in 2020. So we have gotten in Ghana, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, partial approval. We're still working to get this full approval in Burkina Faso. And this is actually our approval document in these countries. Now that we have gotten the approval from the regulatory agencies, we went further to do the national performance trial. As a plant breeder, we need to get the varietal release before the farmers can actually get the benefit of the crops. So we did a national performance trial to actually see how those varieties were performing with respect to the other released varieties of cowpea in these different countries, and also to make sure that we actually have our distinct uniformity and stability that we are going to submit to the varietal release. So these are actually the pictures of, the performance trial in Nigeria. And you could agree with me, I don't know, is that the pointer? I don't know. Okay, so the PBR cowpea, you could see the yield across the different locations were actually outstanding compared to the local shakes. Then in Ghana, we also observed the same trend. The PBR cowpea is actually the one on the blue. It was consistent in all the environments that was actually tested. And these were all the documents that we submitted to the varietal release committee in these different countries, and we were able to get a varietal release. In Nigeria, we got our varietal release in 2019, and then in Ghana, we just got a varietal release this year. So the pictures I actually have is actually the product launch in the different country. The one on the top is actually in Nigeria, and the land below is in Ghana. Now, what is the next step for this project. The product I'm talking about is actually a single gene product. And then we also we don't want to break down of resistance. So we're actually looking at the PBR copy extra, where we're trying to do the double thing to make sure that we get a product durability. Now, the benefit of the product can actually not be overemphasized. I talked about the increased yield, reduced pesticide usage. Also, food security is also targeted at. In terms of economic benefit, it's a cost saving for farmers and also improve livelihood. In terms of the environment, we have a decreased chemical runoff and reduced risk for human and animal health. Now that we have actually gotten the varietal release, how do we make sure that the smallholder farmers are getting the benefit of this product? So now we're talking about system for sustainable commercialization in Africa. Now, for us to also get this thing, we also have to make sure, when you have a good product out there, there's also going to be the counterfeit. There's also going to be fake ones. So these are some of the systems we put in place to make sure that, we're actually getting, the benefit, and also we also don't lose the interest of the farmers. So we're employing stewardship, and also we're using the anti-counterfeiting. I know now in drugs, if you buy your drugs these days, there is a code, a scratch pin, that you'll be asked to scratch, and send a test to a code number to find out if this drug is genuine or not. So we're also applying that mechanism in this product to make sure that the farmers are actually to ascertain that the food they're actually getting is also good. And then stewardship. So we also do mainstreaming, training the extension agents that actually get to the different countries and then get to the local farmers. And finally, the in-country stewardship team. Now, lessons learned, it's a new technology. We're also learning as we're developing. Despite the potentials, stewardship with licensing, we're also putting it in place. And then the anti-GMO, haven't stopped. So that is actually why this open forum for agricultural biotechnology is actually very, very important. And also getting the champions to help us, speak about this technology. Also, we also have to maintain quality assurance and quality control for seed production, and to make sure that our local seed companies actually have the capacity to maintain the seed qualities. Finally, we also have to do training on compliance. The product I talked about, there is also the IRM aspect of it, insect resistant management, the refuse aspect of it. If all those things are not being adhered to, we will not get the benefit of this product. And now, what is the next step? The next step is that now that we have been released, we need to actually keep on the product scaling, commercialization. The downstream of a project or the downstream of technology is actually where the main work is. We actually have to work with the face. So we're actually working on how to upscale that and managing stewardship to make sure that we get the benefit of this single gene product that we have out there before the second next gen of it comes. And then because of the anti-GMO has actually not relaxed, we have to make sure that we keep building stakeholder and political support to promote the adoption of those technologies in the different countries and in Africa as a whole. So, and I think these are actually the product, the project partnership and acknowledgement. And Mr. Moderator, I don't know how bad I did with time, but thank you all for your attention.
You actually did very well. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have had those two presentations, and I think you've been able to see, one, the state of agri-biotech, how we are faring in terms of the policy enabling environment, but also we've had an idea how one of the countries in Africa has been able to utilize their framework to develop and commercialize 3 crops, but we had the chance to just demonstrate the PBR copy. I now wish that they take questions from us, and I know that you are preparing. I saw people really writing a lot of questions, so you should be prepared for that. And we'll be joined by Director of Research at the National Commission on Science and Technology, Mr. Lyson Kampila. So if I may ask the gentleman to move to the front. As he's coming, I wish to ask Dr. Nangayo, I think when you are showing the maps, I noted some regression on Egypt. So maybe you might quickly just tell us the story about Egypt, what happened. It looks like it was progressive at first, and then it changed to somewhat different color.
Yeah, thank you. I can see you are quite hawk-eyed. Yeah, that is true. There was some regression on Egypt, and I must say, at some point, much earlier, let's say in the year 2001, 2002, if you counted countries with functional regulatory systems, for GM crops, you would count South Africa and Egypt, then Burkina Faso joined, so there were just 3. But I think Egypt may have gone, I know the Arab Spring at one time may have shifted some priorities where research may have received less attention, and they stopped their intentions to commercialize BT maize that had been approved. We hope that they can rise from the ashes and go back. It won't be too much of an effort because they had a system already in place. It would just be like reinvigorating a system that worked and overseen the development and commercial launch of GM crop. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Maybe a similar question to Malawi. As you can see, Malawi was one of the early movers. Around 2002, we came up with a national biosafety framework, and we've been able to use that framework to commercialize BT cotton, which we have in Malawi. But one would be asking, have we not been slow? From 2002, and all we've done is just cotton. Maybe you can tell us what could be some of the policy and investment issues that could be necessary to upscale biotechnology development for sustainable agriculture transformation in Malawi, focusing on how we've moved on BT cotton. Mr. Kambira.
Thank you very much, Vitu. If we look at the case of Malawi, indeed we had our first biosafety law in 2002. And since 2002, it took us about 10 more years to be able to start on trials for any biotech crop in the country. This was because the law that was enacted in 2002 was done so in order to assist movement, handling of the then maize that we got as a donation during hunger period of 2002 to 2003. So because of that, the law was providing for that safe handling and movement, but it had limited clauses which would promote any trials in GM crops. However, as you can see, from 2012, 2014, discussions started, and the first application for trials took place, and that was for the BT cotton, which was finally commercialized in 2019. Now, however, looking at the progress, as you put it, it has indeed been very slow, considering the benefits and the increased productivity of cotton that has been seen. And this is due to the fact that, as mentioned already by Dr. Nangayo, having functional enabling environment alone is not anything that can really help cultivate into this area. You also need support in terms of finances, capacity building, as well as the institutional arrangements and even infrastructure in place that can help carry out the research. So I would say, apart from Malawi alone, looking across the region, this has been the challenge with most of the countries, that as much as we have the laws in place, institutions in place, policies in place, as well as the public engagement taking place, but commitment or deliberate effort to apportion some revenue to carry out commissioned research in biotech activities is not seen. So what I would suggest is the countries in the region, and Malawi in particular, we should be able to have budgets which are deliberately put in place to assist in carrying out research in biotech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kampila. Ijoma, before we go to the plenary here, you talked about next gen, and I'm thinking about the progress or the slow progress, so to say, that we've registered. What are the prospects for next gen technologies in agriculture if we've already just been very slow, so to say, in as far as GMO is concerned, or genetic modification?
Yeah, so thank you very much for that question. For me, I think there are prospects, and we're coming up. You know, during the presentation on the regulation, he talked about some countries that actually had their policies already on the genome editing, you know, in Africa, and then we're coming up. And then permit me to actually talk about what are actually this next gen we're talking about, you know, before we talk about what are their prospects. Like, apart from the GMO, which I actually talked about, we have the genome editing, we have the synthetic biology, we also have a mutation breeding, you know, precision agriculture, where we use the drone, you know, where we use the IoT sensors to actually find out what is actually happening in the soil. And then the artificial intelligence, you know, and this is actually the way we actually had to look at it. If looking at the world population by 2050, and most of those increase has to take place in Africa, we know we cannot keep relying on the way we're doing things, you know, on our normal hoes and cutlasses. So I think the earlier African stem cells to actually embrace this technologies, the better for us to actually make sure we are food secured and actually sufficient in Africa. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I guess this was the moment you are waiting. Not just my questions, but you really felt like, when is he going to give us that chance? Here's the chance. So I see the hand on that, Francis, Collie, second, and then the gentleman behind. Let me go this side. Okay, sir, and then, okay, so let's start from Francis. Sorry, Milton, sorry. May I request that we be very concise so that all of us ask the questions that we have. So I don't want you to ask as if you are defending your thesis. Yeah. All right? So,
yeah, I'll be straight to the point. I think to Dr. Ejoma. I wanted to find out what's the feedback from the farmer, especially on the cowpeas, because it looks like what we have been hearing is from the scientific point of view, but what is the feedback from the farmer?
Thank you. The gentleman behind you, and then you come to Colin.
Thank you very much for the presenters. My name is Francis. My question is in regard to the role of biotechnology when it comes to wheat production. Taking a case, for example, in Kenya, where you see that we have more demand for wheat, and again, the production is quite low. So what is the role of biotechnology in that case? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give that to Dr. Nangayo. Call here, and then I'll come this side.
My name is Cecilia, but it's a nice name, Collie. My question goes to the three presenters, and thank you for that wonderful presentation. The question is, do we really need genetic modifications in Africa when technologies and interventions that have been developed over the years, we have not optimized as the smallholder systems because of the challenges of their capacities in terms of resources? And number two, the control of pests and diseases, especially of our indigenous crops. Do we need to go the genetic way, or are there existing solutions that are of the indigenous knowledge on how to control those pests and diseases? Thank you very much.
So Ijoma and Lyson, you can share that question. Can I come this side? I think I had noted this gentleman, then I'll come to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Moses, and I work for an organization called Asoreka. I have 3 short questions. The first one is, despite the benefits that we've had from the field of biotechnology, why is it that it's taking long for African countries to embrace the technologies within this field of biotechnology? Is it because we do not have the capacity to put in place the biosafety frameworks? Or is it because some countries have adopted a wait-and-see approach? Okay. Say, let the guinea pigs go first. And then the second question is, do we have documented evidence spanning over a period of, say, 10 years and above to prove otherwise some of the key things that the anti-GMO people are talking about biotechnology? And then the last one is, what lessons can we draw from the countries that are adopting biotechnology that then we can be able to share with those that are not, that are hesitant to adopt biotechnology?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mine is just, I think, an addition to his second question. What are the potential negative impacts of the modified cowpea seed in the long run, looking at the different stressors, such as the issues of climate change and the susceptibility to other pests? Thank you.
All right. Then the last one.
Thank you very much. Moketsa Ramasodi from South Africa. The question is around the new plant breeding biotechnologies that you would have in terms of the breeding technologies. Now, in your articulation, Prof, you have indicated that it does not necessarily follow that NBTs are actually GMOs. And I've got a different way in terms of the thinking, and I want you to assist me to understand that. Now, if you have got to have a GMO, you'll have a 2-stage approach in terms of approving it through risk assessments and risk analysis. How do you then ensure the safety when it comes to the NBTs? And how do you also ensure that you take the precautionary principle that we always have when we do the risk analysis? Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the first round, and we still have about 10 minutes to go. So I'll ask my able panelists. I think there are questions around the potential negative effects, if there are any. There are questions around lessons learned, and then the question around why are we dragging our feet as Africa to just en masse perhaps come up with the laws and then we move. So maybe it will be very difficult to distribute all those, but allow me to ask each one of you to pick the ones that they feel like they can ably engage. But do that under 2 minutes so that the other time we can also pick the other questions from the public. So Francis.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say, let me bias myself to respond to the question asked by a gentleman who shares a name with me called Francis, I think. And he asked about the potential for use of biotechnology in improvement of wheat. I want to answer it generally by saying that potential exists. Actually, the wheat varieties we have today, most of them were developed through a process called mutagenesis, irradiating wheat to cause mutations and then selecting promising lines to develop into varieties. Mutagenesis is a more rough and crude way of crop breeding, but it worked. Meaning that if we want even now to be more precise, maybe want to develop wheat that is resistant against diseases that have been depressing the yield, let's get scientists, and there were young scientists that we paraded in this room, and there are many all over Africa who can do this work. Then let me respond to another general question from Professor Cecilia, that do we really need GM technology in Africa? Very good question, Prof. Let me perhaps state that proponents of GM technology do not say GM technology is a silver bullet, all other things should be dropped. It's just one of the tools in the toolbox that is being made available to solve some of the intractable problems that cannot be solved through conventional approaches. So we like indigenous knowledge where it works, we like conventional technologies where it works, and we want to complement these. Actually, plant breeders can just say gene modification is just an advancement of the frontiers that they had explored before. So these technologies can coexist, I can say that without fear of contradiction.
Yeah. Kampila, maybe you can talk about the lessons learned going forward.
Okay, thank you very much, and also many thanks for the question. Regarding lessons learned, I would say for Malawi, as I said earlier on, that we have attempted to commercialize one crop, which is GM cotton. And looking at the harvest before GM cotton was uptaken by farmers in the country, per acre, farmers used to get about 400 kilograms. And after adoption of the new variety, the GM, farmers are able to get something from 1,000 to 1,200 per acre. So for us, we looked at that as a jump in terms of productivity. And also in terms of usage of chemicals, which farmers used to spray their cotton fields about 8 times per year, has reduced drastically. But as mentioned by colleagues, it doesn't mean that the moment we adopt GM technologies, it means we're going to drop completely the conventional means. So we still combine the conventional means, but the benefit is seen clearly. I thought Vito could also combine that with why is it that it is taking long to commercialize, while potential benefits are already being seen. Now, I work at the National Commission of Science and Technology, where our role is to advise government and stakeholders in all science, technology, and innovation development matters. What it means basically is as much as we see a technology which we think is beneficial to the country, what we do is get to understand how it operates and then get our researchers at national level to try it out. That does not have to jump the steps. We have to follow all the necessary steps, in this case for seed, to say what sort of steps are followed before any of the new variety of seed is commercialized. So it takes about 3 cycles, or in general, 3 years, in our case, if we're using the rain-fed experimental trials. It takes 3 years to be able to test a crop, where you do at confined level, multi-location level, as well as the on-farm level. So you can see that's already 3 years of experimenting. Now, even if after those 3 years, the results are promising, they still have to go through a process of national technology clearing mechanism, where the committee, which is comprised of experts from different areas, follow through the whole process of the trials. And it is until it is convinced that indeed the technology that has been produced can help, that's when now it is allowed to be released. But even though at the farm level trial, the farmers also have the prerogative to make a decision based on how it is performing. So you can see with all those steps, it's something that you cannot just jump a step just because people are interested in the technology, but you want to ensure that you follow all the necessary processes so that safety can be guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was one question which I think we need to answer. Are there any potential negative effects, and uses words, even in the long term? I would want each one of you in under 30 seconds to respond to that if you can, because I think it is one of the biggest questions when it comes to GMOs. So I'll start with Francis, and then you can, you already have it.
So thank you very much. I think I have some questions here. They actually need my response. There is a question from feedback from farmers on PBR cowpea, BT cowpea. I think that was the first question. Interesting questions, I would say. And the feedback from farmers. We actually have the farmer testimonial, and time wouldn't permit me to play it. The farmers are actually asking for the seeds. So there's actually high demand for seeds. And just like what we say now that we're actually at the commercialization stage, we're actually trying to meet seed production. So there is high demand for the seeds, both in Nigeria and even in Ghana, where it was just recently commercialized. And I also want to tell you that the farmers were actually also what helped us to be able to get the varietal release in those countries. So the farmers actually added their voice, to the government, to the parliament, that they actually needed those varieties. And that was actually what got us to where we are in those two countries. Now, I'm also talking about, despite the benefits, why is it difficult for adoptions of biotech in Africa? I think that's actually where we need to talk about streamlined regulatory, systems in the different countries. So that's also where we're talking about data transportability. For example, if this crop has been commercialized in Nigeria, and then we actually have the ECOWAS policy, country like Niger don't need to go through all those processes, for them to also have those in their system. So with that being done, it's actually going to help, and it's also going to speed up the whole process. So we're actually working around now to get data transportability, because the countries in ECOWAS, if the environments are the same, you don't need to start repeating and taking a whole number of years to actually get the same thing, and then we'll arrive at the same result. Then, do we have 10 years of data to show on safety of GMO? I actually want us to know that GMO has been in existence since 1996. That was when we had the first GMO, in the world. And since then, we have actually not had about any risk in terms of that. But permit me to say that science is actually a continuous process, and we actually depend on data and facts. So it's actually a research ongoing that we actually need evidence for us to prove what we actually have on the table. Is there any negative impact of BTL cowpea to pest and climate change? None that I know at this moment, but we also have our M&E, going on that will actually help us to also get those studies, and those data available. And permit me to also, Vito, the breeding technologies in terms of safety to risk assessment and risk safety. I actually want to tell you that as an add-on to what Francis has said, before we actually got those approvals, we had the food and feed safety. We also had the NTOs. All those things were done. And after it has been commercialized, we actually had to also carry on a research to make sure that the non-target pests, the beneficial pests in the environment are actually not affected, and all those data are actually out there. So far, it's actually a continuous, we're actually working, and we have not seen any negative impact, of these technologies in the environment.
Thank you. Francis, do you have something to say on whether GMOs are safe now, even in the next, I don't know how many years?
Yeah, thank you very much, Vito. On potential impacts, I want to say that the rigor with which GM products are subjected to in terms of scrutiny for safety is so intense, almost just comparable to that kind of scrutiny that accompanies drug development. Checking for toxicity, checking for toxicology, and Joma just talked about even evaluating potential effects on non-target organisms and so on and so forth. But you asked for the longest future, for the longest future possible. I want to say maybe, but I say that with the tongue in the cheek by saying, that's the reason when you get approvals from regulators like my brother here, they will also say, we have not signed off completely. There is something called post-release monitoring. Just in case we get any red flag, then we can institute what is called a recall. But release is usually based on overwhelming scientific evidence in support of safety. Maybe lastly, and Ijoma talked about this when she was making her presentation, like any BT product released there in the field, you see insects are quite resilient, and just like we see resistance in terms of drugs, you could also get insect resistance. That is a potential negative impact that could arise. And that's why she underlined the importance of stewardship, the responsible ethical management of a product, so that it's deployed there in a way that manages resistance buildup. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take the last two burning questions. If there's anything that is really burning, you've measured yourself and you think this is burning. If it is not burning, then... Okay. May I give preference to people at the back? Because I think I've taken so many questions, and usually this is the high table, so they will think I'm looking at the status. At the back, or I give it to the high table. Okay? And then one this side, if any. Right, I'll give you, Prof. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, I belong to a grouping that is still skeptical with the GMOs. So my message to the organizers that next time in debatable topics like this one, we've seen so many countries that have not even adopted it. Try to bring them also here so that we can balance up. Because it's difficult for us to be asking those that are advocating it as to whether this is safe or not. Thanks.
Yeah, well taken, but we can also ask those countries in this meeting that have adopted on why they adopted. So the other side also applies. Do you agree? All right, this side, it's only fair, right? Okay, Prof.
Thank you. Tobias Takavarasha, advisor at Fanrpan. My question is just supplementary to Dr. Ijoma about consumer acceptability. You mentioned farmer happiness, but I want to know, there's a supplementary question, are consumers of the new variety of the cowpea also accepting it? Thank you.
All right. So Ijoma, a quick one on that. Are they happy, and are they also accepting the technology?
Yeah, thank you very much. Interesting question. I forgot to add that before we got the varietal release, there's what we call the sensory test. Yes, so where we actually invited the public, to actually do the PVS and also tell us if they actually accepted. So these are all the details that was provided to the varietal release before we got the approval. So the consumers actually accepted it before it was released. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me to attempt to summarize before we can go for lunch. I think some of the things that came through is that we need to ensure that this space is open, just picking up from that gentleman, so that everyone can air their views. But surely just to mention that those of us on the other side cannot advance the interest of those that are not for the technology. So perhaps next time also bring up your technology. But the most important thing for me is that when the UN met in New York about food systems a few years ago, one of the resolutions that came from that meeting was a commitment that all technologies, all solutions, all approaches are valid. So there's no one technology that should override the other. We should all know that all technologies are valid. So it's very important to have that. This is why some people have solved the food security challenge using biotechnology. Agroecology and others can work together with biotechnology. So I want to say that all technologies are valid, and I think it's important to have that. Secondly, I think it's important to ensure that technology is accompanied by responsible regulation. None of these panelists have said they just want technologies, GM in particular, deployed willy-nilly. They want to ensure that there is regulation and that regulation is actually adhered to. If you had given them time, some of them were going to tell you that in some of the jurisdictions, products have not made through to the end because along the way, they didn't meet the expectation of the regulators. It's very important. So we're not advocating for deploying these technologies anyhow. We still want regulation. And this is why, to your question, sir, I'm talking to you. When you see some countries that have not adopted it, they cannot adopt because they also don't have the framework that would accompany research, development, and even commercialization. So no one is going to advocate for technologies in a country where there's no regulation. All right? Lastly, I think in terms of the technology adoption, I want to say that when you look at GMO and how little we have adopted the technology in our food systems, it is actually a mirror of how widely science, technology, and innovation has been integrated into our food systems. So to an extent, it's actually a wider question. So my brother here talked about investment. So when you look at how we've invested in science and technology, in the wider agricultural framework, it is actually low. So you wouldn't expect, for example, that at GMO level, the picture should be different. That is also where, for example, we have issues around IP and all that. So it's important, I think, in the wider frame of things, to also start advocating about R&D from our national budgets to be very critical. With that, allow me to say that this was, I think, one of the interesting sessions, and we hope that we can continue this debate. All solutions are valid. Let's pursue them, and most importantly, let's solve the problems of the farmers. Colleagues and my panelists, you can come here for what BICC would call a moment of fame for your picture, but you've done a fantastic job. May I ask you to give them a hand of applause. I can join you, right?
Thank you so much, Vitu, for a very insightful session. Colleagues, in the next session, we are going to have the prior session. So unlike yesterday, today the sessions don't have the titles. So I'm going to invite partners who are going to be leading the side session to come and give 2 minutes maximum brief of what the session is going to be about. But now let me just give you the names of the rooms where the side sessions are going to be. So we are going to have Candice, who will be leading the Solidaridad session. It will be at Tiwatiwa. And then Francis, who will be leading the SAAI session, which will be at Mafumo. And then we have Vitu, who will be leading the AATF session, which will remain here. I'm not sure if you still remember how the arrangement was yesterday, since we had people who were leading you to the session. So after they've done the description, I will assign my colleagues from CISANET as well, who will be directing you. So as soon as as soon as you are done with lunch, you proceed to the prior sessions. You're not going to come back here. So the people who are just going to come back here are those who are going to be attending the AATF session. Thank you. So we are coming back at 2. Thanks. V2.
So in our session, we'll be looking at the policy implications that governments take and how those would impede or facilitate biotechnology transfer. And we'll be focused on 2 countries, Kenya and Nigeria. So we want to see how the National Biosafety in Kenya has been able to facilitate BT cotton, but also how it is failing in the wider scheme of things to facilitate for now maize. So it will be a very interesting discussion, and I think some of the questions that you've had, perhaps not answered, you can come to that session and those questions will be answered. We'll also be looking at Nigeria, which has been very successful. They just came on board around 2018, as you can see, but they've been able to commercialize 3 crops: cotton, maize, and cowpea. So it will be a very interesting session. Please come, and we're looking forward to answering all your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In my 2 minutes, thank you. In my 2 minutes today, we are going to be talking about a data revolution in the form of an open farmer data ecosystem. So we want to explore how we create an enabling policy environment to foster innovation and drive impact through sharing of data. So we will be in Itwatwa. It's not this one, it's the other one. And we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Francois Rousseau. I'm from SAI. The session that we will be having this afternoon is artificial intelligence, especially with its application in agriculture. We are going to look at agricultural extension services. How is that applicable to, how AI is applicable to agricultural extension services, especially to smallholder farmers. I will be taking you through a work session and also through some case studies where we actually use this type of technology. I'm going to explain how it's applicable to organizations, universities, businesses, and any other type of institutions that has mass amounts of data or policy that we easily want to digest and get access to that information. And then most importantly, at the end of the session, I will give each of the attendees free access to their own AI farmer app. I want you to play with that application. I want you to talk to the AI. I want you to see the documents and the vast libraries that we trained it on. And yeah, so I'm not sure, they'll just confirm at which hall we are. I think it's Bafume, is it right? Bafume. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you have the answers to the AI replacing human beings. We are coming to your session. Can I have 2 people that are going to Tiwa Tiwa? People are hungry. So Willingness will be taking you to Tiwa Tiwa. Tiwa Tiwa is the one that it's, Tiwa Tiwa, guys, I feel like it's up there. This is where Candice will be, the lady, the beautiful lady who was here, represent Solidaridad. That's where you guys are going to follow her. And Mafumo, this young beautiful lady coming here will be taking you to Mafumo, and then everyone else will come back here. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You can go for your lunch. Coletta is requesting that all the
but for some reason, as you could see in the plenary, people may not have all the time to ask, and the panelists also don't have all the time to answer the questions. And therefore, we felt if we set up this meeting, we'll perhaps be getting those people that are very interested in the subject matter and also offer such unfettered space where all the questions can be asked and also all the answers can be given. What we felt we could do in this meeting was to look at decisions that governments take on biotechnology and how those decisions affect biotechnology development, especially when it relates to policy and such related infrastructure that supports biotechnology. What we'll do is to look at case studies of Kenya and Nigeria, and you'll see that these two countries, both of them have taken decisions to pursue biotechnology, but along the way they've taken different paths, and how those two different paths are actually affecting how they're deploying technologies. After the presentation that is going to be given by Dr. Nangayo, which you can already see, I will invite to the front Ms. Catherine Chaweza, who is the Chief Information Officer at National Commission on Science and Technology. I'll also invite Dr. Francis Nangayo, who have made the presentation. And again, our scientist who had presented earlier on biotechnology from Nigeria, just in case if you have some questions which are still pending from the noon session, you can actually engage with her because the case of Nigeria will be presented. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, allow me to invite Dr. Francis Nangayo, who is the Senior Manager, Regulatory Affairs at ATF, to give us a presentation which is going to set the scene. And then after that, we'll bring in the panelists, after which the session will be open to all of us to ask questions and interact with our panelists. So, Dr. Nangayo, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. As the moderator has indicated, I will just give you an insight, a comparative assessment of how two countries desiring to harness modern biotechnology have gone about regulating that technology with slightly different outcomes, all because of the enabling environment differing at one point or another. And since you attended the previous session, I've just carried over one slide from there to remind us. I did say that in the course of developing regulatory frameworks, there are those countries that have aimed to have those 4 elements that I had highlighted. In other words, starting off with a policy on agriculture or a policy on biotechnology, complemented by a law or a regulation, because policy is usually so broad-based that you have to anchor it on some law or regulation. Then the third element being setting up an institutional framework, having a national biosafety agency or biosafety committee that has also people with the right skill set to look at an application, review, conduct a science-based safety assessment before reaching a decision. Not people who are so scared when they hear GMOs, they will run away. They need to look at it from a safety perspective, balancing the risks and then taking a decision. And fourth was the element of public participation. So there are countries that have taken that path straight and ended up with a functional system. There are others that started off with the law and thought they had reached, only to realize a law alone will not take you. In fact, some started off with the law that is so restrictive to a point that it then crippled their intentions. So in that case, they need then to change the trajectory towards a desired functional system. Some did not walk that straight path. They struggled, but aiming for where they wanted to go. And even when they reached there, there are some that dropped off. And that is what Vitu observed, that how come Egypt was green at one time and then it became light green. So let me then go to the case of Kenya. I come from Kenya and I've seen some things happen right before my eyes. So I can tell you that the journey in Kenya has been a long one with many hurdles. But Kenyans are used to hurdles. If you watch the Olympics, and there is some race there called the 3,000 steeplechase, where you run, then you jump over a hurdle, and you have to avoid landing in a pool of water. You just know that the gold medal will be taken by somebody from Kenya. So we are used to hurdles. And so this is actually the journey that Kenya traveled. I'll take you, it looks busy, but I'll take you step by step. Way back in 1998, that is when scientists in Kenya were doing some advanced work on biochemistry, molecular biology, and they wanted to move to develop something called virus-resistant sweet potato. But at that time, Kenya had only what we call the Science and Technology Act. So there was no Biosafety Act, and therefore engaging in biotechnology would have been illegal. So there were some stakeholder consultations that said biotechnology is, after all, a science. It should be able to be administered within the Science and Technology Act. So against that, Kenya decided at that early stage to develop guidelines for safety in modern biotechnology, and that allowed some early work in the lab and in the fields to take place. Meanwhile, they were engaging, also consulting. Maybe at that time in 2002, they must have heard that Malawi had passed the biosafety law. And that is when Kenya then now in 2002 started drafting a biosafety bill. It did not become a law. It took quite some time. Stakeholder engagements, changing an act here, changing emphasis here. That was in 2002, and I'll let you know. It was not until 2009 that it was concluded. But somebody advised that let's not have the law go ahead of the policy. So in 2006, Kenya adopted what is called the National Biotechnology Development Policy, which was very, very comprehensive, pronouncing itself that it will use modern biotechnology for agricultural development, for medical advances, for industrial development, for environmental protection. So with the policy adopted in 2006, then now what was a bill in 2002 was taken to Parliament for debate, and in 2009, the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya voted to pass the biosafety law. So you can now see two things: the policy in 2006, then the law in 2009. And that law officially established the Biosafety Authority in 2010. So an institutional framework, now the third pillar, an institutional framework. So that Biosafety Authority then did not waste time. In 2011 to 12, they were able to develop specific regulations saying if you want to do confined field trials, this is the ABCD. If you want just to import a GM, this is the ABCD. If you want to do what is called environmental release for cultivation, these are the details. And if you violate any of these are also the offenses. Yeah. So that was clearly contained in the regulations. And now, at that time, Kenya was ready to go because it had all these elements that you'll want to hear about. Then something happened. Some sensational story was published by some French scientists that GMOs cause cancer, and that caused panic. And I think the government also panicked around that time, not knowing that they have a policy, not knowing that they have a law. They decided to come in with another supplementary policy at a cabinet meeting. The cabinet decided that let us stop any imports on GM as a precautionary measure. So that stalled any activities. Although some research was going on, you wouldn't take it out to the field. That stalled activities. Even when we had an approval for BT maize in 2015, it did not advance to the fields. And that took until 2022, when we had a new administration after the elections, that the government decided to lift anything called a ban. And scientists in Kenya were saying, now we have got what we were waiting for. We will commercialize all this cassava and BT maize. But just a month or so later, some activists went to court and said, no, we want the ban to be in place. So that matter is still before court, awaiting a decision before maybe farmers who need the technology in Kenya can adopt it. That is the story about Kenya. I want now to move to Nigeria because I need to move quickly. AATF has worked in Nigeria since 2004, I remember, starting off with cowpea. Now we have maize and other things. And I can say the experience in Nigeria is one of where it's a straightforward game. We have received approvals when we ask for them, provided we follow the laid down regulations and policies. And this is how graphically I've tried to represent it. That just like Kenya, Nigeria also started off in the earlier years with just guidelines on modern biotechnology. Then in 2011, the Parliament of Nigeria passed the biosafety bill. And you know, like in most Commonwealth countries, after a bill is passed, it doesn't become law until a president signs on the dotted line in what is called assenting to the law. And if that process of assenting is delayed endlessly, the law can lapse even after it had passed. And that's what happened in Nigeria. The bill lapsed in 2012, and the process had to start all over, with many stakeholders now ensuring this time we have to get it done right. But at that time, what was just merely a biosafety bill had morphed to become what is called National Biosafety Management Agency Act. Anyway, that was passed in 2015, and like was the case in Kenya, after having a law, you need regulations to aid in the implementation, and we had biosafety regulations in 2017 in Nigeria. So Nigeria therefore had a policy, a law, and an institution. And the researchers were also working on the product called PBR cowpea that Ijoma talked about. So the authority looked at the application, and a decision for environmental release was granted in 2019. And a few years later, again also working separately on another project called BT maize, the application was submitted to the authority. There is a typo there, it's 2022. And again, an approval was granted in Nigeria. So to conclude, I want to say that two countries, in Kenya, it is 15 years since the adoption of the policy and the passage of the law, as I talked about. But so far, Kenya has only approved one crop, BT cotton for cultivation. Other approvals have been halted by the ban, which was in place for 10 years, and court injunctions. Many hurdles that are awaiting Kenya to surmount. In contrast, in Nigeria, we have had 9 years since the passage of the law and the establishment of the Biosafety Authority. And as you saw in the illustration, the regulatory part is a fairly straightforward one. And so far, all the approvals for environmental release have been granted in Nigeria. So we have BT cowpea, we have BT cotton, and we have BT maize called Tela maize. That is the end of my story. Thank you very much. Now we can discuss.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nangayo, for taking us through the two pathways, Nigeria and Kenya. Maybe a quick one. When did Nigeria commercialize cotton? You didn't show it on that map.
Have been in 2016. 17, eh? Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to have that credit even as we go into the plenary. So thank you very much once again. And I want to quickly maybe follow up with a few questions, but maybe allow me to invite you to the front. Catherine Chaweza, our Chief Information Officer at the National Commission on Science and Technology. Dr. Ijoma Akaogu, PBR Kaupi Program Officer, AATF, Nigeria and West African Office. And Dr. Francis Nangayo, if you may come in front. I will start with... Okay. Yeah, I'll start with the Madam Chaweza. I think in the morning of the session that we had before this, there was quite a lot of allegations, let me call them that, because I am in the sector and I know that these are allegations. But this is an opportunity for you to speak to that. What kind of misconceptions, myths, and sometimes sheer propaganda you've heard about technology, and how are you dealing with the same as a commission or even as a government? Because these things eventually they can affect how government uptakes these technologies. And sometimes they are responsible for that crooked pathway that some countries are taking. So maybe you can speak to that in terms of how you engage around misconceptions and also how you basically enable government to be able to take up these developments.
Thank you, Vitu. Good afternoon, everyone. Vitu, your question asking me to name the misconceptions and the myths that I've heard is a very hard one for me as a communicator, because in communication, once you mention what somebody said, whether you agree with it or not, but you're highlighting it, you are giving it prominence. So I will talk about it, but that's against the communication culture. Okay, let me start mentioning, because your question is what NCST or the government has done to deal with these misconceptions. So let me first of all say the National Commission for Science and Technology was established through an act of parliament in 2003. It was, I think, Act of Parliament number 16. And the commission is mandated to advise government and all other stakeholders on all the issues of science and technology so that Malawi will be assisted to achieve a science-led development. So issues of biotech fall under that area where NCST, the National Commission for Science and Technology, is expected to advise on. And one of the functions of the commission, and in the act it is stipulated as the first function, is that the commission shall create science and technology awareness at the political and other levels of society so as to obtain commitment towards science. And this is what we are talking about today, obtaining commitment towards science, and in this case we are specifically talking about biotech. So I just want to lay the ground of where we are coming from. So it has already been mentioned in the earlier session in the morning that even Malawi has got the regulatory framework in place from way back in 2002, where the Biosafety Act was enacted. And in 2008, the biotechnology and biosafety regulations came into place. And there have been a number of standard operating procedures, a number of regulations that have been put in place. And the more recent one was the regulations on how to regulate gene-edited crops. That was it was launched, I think, in 2022. So, from the outset, let me just say Malawi has got the regulatory framework for the and the policies for the implementation of biotech. So, going back to your question, the myths and conceptions, they have always been there, and sadly, we could say those are the ones that have preceded the science-based information that the National Commission for Science propagates. So we all know the misconceptions where they are around. They are around food safety. People will always talk of how biotech crops are not safe for the environment and for human health. They'll also take it in the religious arena. Like in this case, Malawi is very religious country, so they will also take the biotech or GM issues into the religious arena, saying the people who are in this space are trying to play God, because they are trying to change what God produced naturally. And also issues that come in, those issues of trade, the issues of food sovereignty, neocolonialism, saying the multinational companies that own these seed varieties are going to take over our food system, and our seeds, our indigenous seeds, are going to disappear. So those are the things that mostly those that are against this technology talk about at all times. So what the National Commission for Science and Technology has been doing is, as I said, let me first say this, that these myths and misconceptions, you might think they are only for the people that did not go to school maybe, but no, they are at all levels. Scientists, researchers, policymakers, politicians, even at all levels, have been affected by these misconceptions, and in most cases it might have been the first kind of information that came to them, and that is what stuck with them. So there is a lot of work to unravel, to make them unlearn these things that they have learned all along about biotech. So what is the NCST doing? One of the major things that it is doing is to promote science communication, because once, at all levels, for different stakeholders, even for scientists, mostly for scientists, because scientists, mostly they just care about their science, and they don't care whether somebody knows about it, somebody knows what is going on. They'll just work in the lab and are comfortable there. So the National Commission for Science has got programs, science communication programs, for the researchers to help them articulate their findings. At the same time, regulators, because regulators are the ones that make these tough decisions, and there are times that they will need to communicate these decisions. So NCST also has worked with the regulators, and in our country, as I said, along the regulatory framework, there is a committee that is called the National NBRC, National Biotech Regulatory Committee. They also have worked a lot with them because they are the ones that make these tough decisions. And when the time comes, they need to communicate the science-based decisions that they made. So the science communication is at that level.
Okay. Thank you. That was used to?
Give me 1 minute.
1 minute?
Yes.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Yeah, so journalists as well have been targeted, but also they've been targeted stakeholder engagement, because there are a lot of different stakeholders along this value chain. So all these have been empowered in ways that might have been seen that they were lacking. And also, one important thing, I think it was mentioned in in his presentation or the earlier session about investment, that NCST has been advocating for more investment into science and research so that the science will speak for itself. So for now, let me stop there, Vid.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ijoma, quickly, because we need to go to the to the plenary. They ask questions, but I think the journey for Nigeria is quite interesting. You didn't just get an approval, but the technology is now in the hands of farmers, so to say. And from your earlier presentation, you talked about farmers demanding these technologies. What have you done to ensure that farmers are demanding these technologies, and more importantly, to also ensure that there is acceptability of the technologies?
Yeah, so thank you, Betty, for that question. For farmers' acceptance of the technology, first of all, what we did was starting from communication, advocacy, and awareness was also very, very important to make sure that we get them on board for them to also understand the technology, the product, and the benefits around it. Also, we also had a stakeholder engagement, where we also brought the different stakeholders, just like Catherine has said. You have different stakeholders around the value chain that would also help. And for farmers, we did the demonstration plots. Farmers are very, very intelligent, and even before the technologies, farmers have also been doing the selective breeding on their own. When they go to their field, they see the best performing lines, they select and keep. So we did all those field demonstrations for them to see the superiority of the product, and then they were able to make the acceptance. And also, we did what we call eating is believing, and the seeing is believing. This also helped to facilitate the acceptance and the demand level we have in the country. So all this put together, is actually what helped us, and we're still doing more. And training of the extension agents, because the extension agents are actually the people that interface with the farmers, that tries to bring this technology and to domesticate it. So it's still work in progress. We're still working and to make sure that the farmers, there's also what we'll look at the feedback, the product monitoring and tracking mechanism, where we're able to get farmers' feedback, we're able to track the complaints and make sure that there is sustainability of the product in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ijoma. Dr. Nangayo, I have the last one before we can go to the plenary here. Most of the times, I think when we talk about capacity to handle biotechnology, what would be the main things that a country would need to have to demonstrate that capacity, and really perhaps also answer to the question that most African countries do not have the infrastructure, be it capacity, be it other things. But what would you really say, these are the main ingredients of the capacity to be able to handle biotechnology in a country?
Yeah, thank you, Vitu. From a regulatory point of view, I have already talked about this in the two brief presentations I've made. I talked of 4 pillars that need to align for you to say you have the necessary ingredients that would constitute a functional system. One being a policy, a conducive policy environment anchored onto policy, onto regulations and law sometimes, and then an institution, a competent national authority like NCST here, and in their discharge of duties, they need to have a feedback mechanism of engaging the public. And I added that importantly, you also need to have the goodwill from the government, because an institution set up by government must have a recurrent budget to run its affairs. That is from a regulatory point of view. But also, you cannot be regulating what is not there. You also need to support capacity development for research and development, so that we have a research and development system, the national research, the universities, conducting research and sending applications to the regulator to look at, so that we have a system that works. Because if you have a regulator who cannot do a risk assessment because there's no application after all, then what are you regulating? So I think we need capacity both for research and development, and the capacity for regulation. Even the regulators need to be exposed to the science of conducting a balanced risk assessment and taking a decision. Sometimes even just visiting to see how Nigeria has done in form of peer learning has been found to be very, very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think talking about trying the system is very critical, because this system would need to be improved. And if you're not sending applications, you wouldn't even know where the weaknesses within the systems are. Having said that, colleagues, we can now take questions for the panelists. And I know there are so many. So we start with the gentleman there, and then we'll come to this table, and then Francis there. So can we have a mic to that gentleman? So make sure that you are concise with your questions, so that we don't take time just to make your case.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Simon. I'm just interested on the politics of BT. I'm told politics travels faster than science. And the general problem we have is politics and activism against BT. Like what happened in Kenya, as Nangayo said, there were more politics than the real science. So I don't know what us scientists can do so that we are faster than the politics, so that people can understand exactly what is this BT, and leave alone the myth and the activism in politics? Because in Kenya it has gone to court several times because of that. So I don't know what our scientists, maybe the researchers can tell us. How do we now become political as we do our science? Because we need to add politics to science a bit so that we can be able to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Francis?
Yeah, thanks. No, I meant that Francis to ask question. sorry for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to our presenters for the timely presentation. My questions are drawn from the lessons from Kenya and Nigeria. So the first one is in regard to the BT cotton. We know that the government at the moment is revamping the sector through the bottom-up transformative agenda. So my question is, what are the opportunities for the BT cotton now that it's one of the priority crop with the government? Okay. Then the next question, and the last one, is in regard to the public policy making process. What is the role of the stakeholders in this regard? Because we know that if at all the people accepted the BT maize, which of course it could have enhanced productivity and in that case food secure, then what is the role of the stakeholders to ensure that the uptake of these technologies are enhanced? Thank you.
Okay, this table.
Okay, Professor Achille Okaya from Makerere University. I think on the issue of capacity and infrastructure, Dr. Nangai, we have really performed very poorly. And I don't know what we are going to do because even when it comes to maintenance of the equipment, we don't have the experts. So is it possible to continue training more experts? You know, what kind of advice do you give us? Government's putting aside funds, and in fact the equipment are very expensive. So I think that's a serious issue. Thank you.
All right. You can pass the mic to... Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think let me first of all draw from the Kenyan scenario. What would we make in terms of, we are talking about food systems transformation, and we see the contradictory views. Policy regulations is moving and activism is also coming on that, so pretty much countering the efforts. How is the participation and the inclusion of different voices at development stage in terms of Kenya drawing, and how do you marry that with what happened in Nigeria? What is the level of participation, and how is the civil society or activism voice on the other voices, alternative voices, a bit silent from that perspective? And looking at the uptake issue, maybe looking at how do we marry public investment vis-a-vis investment in biotech, either research and the move towards regulations from development partners? Is the reception by governments reciprocated in the public investments that are generated at national level, so that we see, is it a problem that is coming from external, or it's a problem that is being realized as a solution from within the nations?
Okay, thank you, Beatrice. Did I say hand this side?
It was here.
It was there. Are you sure? Okay, then we come to your table.
Yes, no, thank you very much. And thank you for the presentations. I wanted to learn from the Nigeria experience, because, you know, learning from what was the process they went through, there was a lot of communication that had to be put in place to make sure the farmers actually accept the GMO. But then we really want the seed system to be led by the farmers' choices, to be what they can sustain and not be independent of things that they could not afford. So maybe just going back to the Nigeria experience, I would really love to know what farmers were saying in terms of having farmer-led systems vis-a-vis this sort of advocacy comes. I would kind of call it as a push on the GMO vis-a-vis what they can themselves sustain. Thank you.
All right, so we have the last one from here, and then I'll let panelists to engage with the questions.
Thank you so much for the presentations and what has already been asked. My question is on how has the introduction of biotechnology disrupted the traditional and the food culture of production and consumption, and how can biotechnology be used to leverage the mandate, or I should say the push for diet diversification that has come up over and over again during this session from Tuesday? Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. So that question, I want to give it to Ijoma. I think you can combine that with the question that came up around how the experiences in Nigeria. I think there was that question. Prof, you already had a question around infrastructure and how we might want to maintain that, considering the fact that, again, most of the investment, I think it has been noted from that table, is externally driven. So how do we ensure that we are alive to that fact? And then there was a question around affordability and how we may not want farmers to be perpetually dependent on the externalities, so to say. And I think that was also what was talking about, we're talking about in terms of the role of information. I think it came through from that table as well. Then I think there's a question around how are we managing activism in a space where science also needs to thrive, and sometimes these are competing, so to say, movements, and I think there's need for us to ensure that we strike a balance. Catherine, I think you might want to come back around investment. How do we ensure public investment into R&D so that these solutions are homegrown? But more importantly, there could also be addressing the real problems that real farmers in the countries where you're implementing are facing. I think, yes. And then I may ask, I don't know, do we have Tarus here? Yes, you may want to, at some point, also to look into how do we trade off the politics and science. So I will start with Catherine.
Okay, thank you. First, I'll take that question on how do we balance these interventions being farmer-led and versus being pushed, something that farmers are being pushed. Okay, so in our strategies, we ensure that even when we are developing our programs, we make sure that we provide them with value-based information. But also this value-based information is science-based. So I'll give an example of BT cotton, which is the crop, the only crop that Malawi has commercialized and has been taken overwhelmingly by farmers. While the study was going on, the farmers would be invited in just to appreciate what is going on. And from an early stage, as early as confined field trials, the farmers, when they would compare the results, they would call for the crop to say, what's taking so long? Remember, this was at a point where cotton in Malawi had now almost become non-existent. So cotton has been abandoned, had been abandoned at that point. So this study came in as trying to find solutions to that cotton was going nowhere. So when those farmers in the cotton growing areas were involved, they came to see what was going on. It was now them demanding. So it went all the way up to field on farm trials, and some farmers were even involved to try it on their farms. And when they saw the results, they were demanding. So one thing I should say is that it came in as trying to find a solution. We had a problem. Our cotton was not doing well. The pests were overwhelming our cotton to such an extent that cotton was abandoned. So what would be the solution? Then this study came, then the farmers saw the results. Then the farmers, because they knew what they wanted, they were demanding. And so when it came to the market, that's why it got an overwhelming response, and farmers grew it, and the farmers themselves were testifying to the way it has changed their lives. So I wouldn't really put it as if the farmers were pushed, but they saw the results. They were desperate, and then they saw the results. They thought this would help us. When they did uptake, it indeed changed their livelihoods. On public investment, I talked of NCST as advocating for more investment in science, technology, and innovation. And the one that I'm talking about, other than the support that comes from elsewhere, charity should begin at home. That is what the NCST has been advocating for. So initially, we said a percentage of the national budget, 0 point something, should go to research. But now it is being advocated that maybe it should even go as high as 2%. Because even that 0 point something percent was not being fulfilled. So other than the support that comes from elsewhere, NCST has been advocating for having home-bred solutions coming in the form of investment from within. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you are making reference to the Accra Declaration, which was talking about 1% of our GDP going to science and technology. But I think when you also look at how deficient general our development is of science and technology, you start wondering, this is not just a story for agriculture. This is a story for almost every sector. And I think when you're talking about investment and not being driven by externalities, I was just thinking, how much of our development is actually, besides agriculture, besides biotechnology, is actually externally driven? Quite a lot, I would think, including our roads, including our health, even education. Exactly. So in the end of the day, the question we need to be asking is, including this conference center, right? So I think that's a deeper question for me, which I think you've tackled in terms of investment, because in the end of the day, we need to be asking further, why is this bash about external investment only so loud when it comes to agriculture and biotech, but we are comfortable if external elements support our development, including our education, including sometimes dictating what should be in our syllabus, even those things that we don't want. All right? So just a food for thought, but just to say that it's very important that we balance these things and we really are careful when we engage in government. Thank you for the value-based messaging. I think it was on point. Ijoma, do you want to tackle your questions?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the question on learning from Nigeria experience, farmer push, just like Kathleen has also said, I also want us to understand that before we went into product development, so we did what we call the participatory approach. And this was from bottom to top, for us to assess the need based on the farmers. and then the challenges with these particular crops. So if you look at my slide, I itemized a lot of challenges with the cowpea, and then I narrowed down to the legume pod borer or the maruca. It was based on farmers, identification and saying that this was like a priority for them. Even with this development of these products, there are still other pests that is also affecting cowpea that is still work in progress. So we had the feedback from them before we went into the lab to start those development. And just like I also said, we also tried the conventional means, screening over 15,000 cowpea accessions. And you know what it takes to do that. So before we resolved to genetic engineering. So it wasn't like we just finished the research and then we dumped it on the farmers. Then while I was also talking about advocacy, communication was, we also need to educate the farmers more, knowing that the antis were still there. So we also need to increase our capacity building for them to understand, what has been done and the benefit aspect of it. And we haven't stopped. And for it also not be that the multinationals are coming, I also want us to know that the integrations into the variety that we have released was actually done by our local scientists. So it was actually bred in Nigeria, released by the Nigerian scientists. The same thing in Ghana was done, and in Burkina Faso. And also, now that we have commercialized, we have licensed seed companies that are producing the certified seeds, for the farmers to be able to get the seed. So those seeds are not like produced maybe in Europe and US and brought back to Nigeria or Ghana. The local seed companies has been, capacity is being built for them to do the seed production. So the researchers do the breeder seeds, companies do the foundation seed that has the license, and then the certified seed. So to make sure that we're able to meet this demand. Having said that, there was also a question of biotech crop disrupt the traditional method of cultivation of food. I hope if I got that correctly. So, the same way we cultivate our conventional crops is the same way biotech crops have been cultivated. So I see people talk about GM crops, organic. Biotech crops can also be cultivated in organic way. And you would agree with me that the soil fertility of African land is actually very, very low. So the same way you put organic manure, you use the chemical fertilizers to make sure you improve the fertility of the soil, in which you convert your crops that are being bred conventionally. It's also the same thing that we do on the biotech crops. So biotech crops, you can actually do organic farming on them, and it does not change anything. So it's not disrupting the landscape or the way we are cultivating our food. Nothing has changed. The only difference between the biotech crop is the gene of interest that has naturally been inserted. And before that was done, there were all these regulatory practices and there was precision. So for me, I think I would say that biotech or genetic engineering looks at precision agriculture. The same way we're thinking about, we don't need to water, all the fields. We need to just do like precision, nutrient level, sunlight and everything. It's just like the same way we're doing with this genetic engineering with the crop. So nothing had changed. The same way you cultivate your food, conventional bred crops is the same way you do the biotech crops. Thank you.
Thank you. I think 3 points there. I think one about the use of our local scientists. I think I found that quite interesting. Sometimes we think these things are done by scientists from abroad, from overseas, but these are our brothers and our sisters who are working on these things. And maybe that should give us confidence that they should be tackling the actual problems that our farmers are facing. The issue of biotech and organic, I was glad to hear that these are not mutually exclusive. You can actually combine. You can grow biotech crops organically. And I think if you have any follow-up questions on that, they're most welcome. A gene of interest, so do you want your gene, for example, to speak to nutrition? You can actually come up with that. Do you want it, for example, to be drought resistant? You can speak to that. So it's really about ensuring that your interventions are precisely solving the problems that farmers are going through. Dr. Nangayo, maybe you might want to respond to some questions that were directed to you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Quite a number of them. But maybe let me start with the question about potential disruption of the food supply chain by adoption of GM. And again, I want to say, just as like I said earlier, that we are not advocating for GM so that it replaces or so that we drop anything else that is not non-GM. I think we want diversity in the way we produce food. GM only comes in to address certain specific constraints that cannot be maybe tackled using conventional approaches, and so it's just, as I said earlier, an additional tool in the bigger toolbox. And I think the person who asked the question tied it to contribution of GM to dietary support, and what struck me was some time back, scientists worked on a famous project called the Golden Rice project that was intended to develop rice that is fortified with vitamin A, to express provitamin A. And that was very well intentioned to address the vitamin A deficiency that we know results, and very, very unfortunately, into blindness and things like that. And that group faced so many obstacles, but finally they jumped those hurdles. And Golden Rice was given permission for cultivation, especially in the Philippines. And within a few years, again, some went to court and there is some disruption, but I think that was just a demonstration of how GM can address an intractable problem like that one. So over to the question on capacity. Yes. At this time and age, I quite agree with you, Prof, that yes, there is a cadre of African trained scientists who are also Africans that can modify a crop in a lab here in Africa. I know we can do more, but I can tell you an example. Kenyatta University has a plant biotransformation lab, and I co-supervised a student there who was able to transform maize, regenerate that maize, grew it until she harvested the seed and tested it against the target insects. This student was a Kenyan working in a Kenyan environment, almost from ground up. And I know also of certain labs like the one I've seen at Kawanda Research Institute. I know more is needed, but we have the basic ones that can get us going, and we have also a cadre of scientists that have been trained, some locally, some abroad, that are already here looking for work to do. We just need to stop sensationalizing the subject. There are people who train and then fear that they will not have jobs because, after all, GM is not moving as fast as it should move. I think that should be removed completely. And then the last one on the Kenyan, Francis, who asked about public participation, and it also ties with my sister there. The process of conducting a review to reach a decision for environmental release of a GM product in many countries that I've worked in, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, has a mandatory public participation area whereby an application is sent to the regulator, and it's also published in at least 2 widely circulated newspapers, so that anybody who has an objection or a view can say, and that information is then collected by the regulator to reach a decision. We normally say the decision should be science-based, taking into account some socioeconomic considerations. So there is adequate level of public participation. In fact, in Kenya, even after you publish, there is usually a public forum where everybody is invited and the questions are dealt with in a panel discussion like this. And very, very lastly, the politics, and David will have the last word, the politics of science. I think that biotechnology is a science, and when controversies arise around biotechnology, you are very right, Simon, to say, let the scientists come forward and explain what this science is all about in a less technical manner so that people can understand what is going on. It becomes very unfair when, scientists, I'm one of them, we are not trained to enjoy the gallery. We like talking with the data here and there, but we are going to go political and explain these things with the data, but in a political way. But David can have the last word on that. Thank you.
Okay, so it is my intention to take another round. So David, if you can be very concise so that we take another round.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vitu, and thank you, panelists, for the responses that you've provided to the audience. My name is David Tarus. I specialty in risk assessment of genetically modified crops. The question that I am looking at is what Prof had just responded to, and it's the question from Simon, the trade-offs between politics and science. Of course, the biotechnology comes in as one of the tools that our society needs today to tackle the problem that is affecting food production. The matter has been exacerbated further by the impact of climate change in our production ecosystems. So meaning that farmers are more disadvantaged because of the stresses brought about by prolonged droughts, upsurge of insect pests, and lack or insufficiency of water for plant and animal production. Therefore, it becomes a societal issue that is political in nature, because when there is food insufficiency in any country, it is a political matter that will take political dimension in terms of solving it. Countries of Africa have, in the recent past, have resorted to importing even the basic of things. They import maize from Brazil, import soybean from South America and North America, importation of wheat from Ukraine and Russia and some parts of Europe. Therefore, why is Africa having deficit? It is because of dwindling productivity as a result of impact of climate change in the production systems. So it is a problem that affects the society. Where is the gap? The gap is the communication between what science can provide to solve or provide part of the solution to what is bedeviling our countries at the moment, and that is where the problem is. So whilst science and innovation or scientists are progressing in terms of coming up with technologies that can solve some of these. Look, for example, the wheat rust. Wheat rust is the biggest challenge affecting wheat production. I'll give an example of Kenya. Kenya consumes 2.5 million metric tons of wheat, but it produces 350,000 metric tons. A huge deficit that would force the government to import. Why? Because productivity is greatly hampered by the impact of wheat rust. So biotechnology comes in to speak to that problem, to at least increase level of productivity. Even if it will not reach 2.5 million, it will go to around 1,000, easing the forex exchange on the economies. So,
conclude?
Yes, as I conclude, there is need for science to speak to the political space on the fact that science is providing part of the solution to what is ailing our economies. That has to come out strong. Leaders have to be onboarded in fora like this, where facts and information about what technology can do are shared, so that it informs also the policy decision, and that leaders become also champions of supporting technology, not just biotechnology, but all technologies as a basket to solve the problem bedeviling our economies at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think one of the questions that we need to really engage with is, I would love to hear from us if there's any country that has developed outside science. Any other country that you know that they completely abandoned science and today can say they're developed? I don't think so. So we need to ensure that we find a good place for science within our development visions. But it's my wish, just as I said, to take a second round. So if there is very burning questions, there's one here. Another one? You want to come back? If there's one here. So I'll prioritize him over you because you spoke earlier on.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Likoya. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow on the Foster Health Project. My question really came about when you said something about sensationalism. I was facilitating a session yesterday on climate futures and irrigation, and one of the things that I always try to bring in the spotlight is the sensationalist manner in which we promote irrigation. Irrigation is usually touted as a strategy that is immune to environmental shocks, and one that is the most prominent route to achieving productivity and production in a changing climate. I wanted to ask the same in the context of biotechnology. I think biotechnology is usually sought out, again, as something that presents the most prominent solutions to some of these challenges without highlighting the limitations that it has. So in your research and in doing all this work, how do you balance the way in which you promote innovations and technologies in relation to biotechnology against the limitations that may be apparent, especially in a changing climate, as well as in relation to other environmental shocks that may limit the gains that we envisage as being possible with these innovations, especially with climate change and other challenges?
Thank you. Ijoma, you may take note of that question. Then we come here.
Thank you very much. I think my first question would just be a follow-up on what has already been mentioned on the science, politics, activism war that is there in as far as the GMOs are concerned. But my question is, are we winning this battle for you institutions that are on this space? Because I have heard of these things for quite some time, but it seems that not much is happening in terms of having a breakthrough for the science to be able to supersede what is being said in this space. So the question is, are we winning this battle? Is there hope for GM technology in this part of the world? The second thing is the issue of GMO food crops causing all sorts of challenges, like maybe causing cancers and all those. I want to find out in terms of the extent that the institutions like yours have gone to prove that this is not true. Because I have seen in newspapers when institutions like ADMAC here in Malawi, they want to import maize from maybe South Africa. They put an emphasis, non-GMO, meaning that there must be something wrong with GMOs. So to what extent have you gone
to prove to us or to the world, to the skeptics, that it's safe to eat GM maize, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tamani. When you see those labels, it's internationally acceptable that when your food packages has GMO, you label. So some jurisdictions would actually allow you to label, some don't, but it is not an indication that there's anything wrong. Actually, any food that you buy, it will have some labeling of what that food contains. It doesn't mean anything, but this is part of the standard to label GMOs. And for now, there is quite a strong movement that perhaps if we're saying that GMOs are just as good as conventional, maybe we don't need that label. The only label we might want to have on that is to basically just say what are the dietary ingredients that that food contains. So there's that movement because there's all science to say that GMOs are very safe. So just to quickly respond to that, it's not an indication that there's anything wrong. Actually, when you look for foods in South Africa, they actually say this food may contain, because they were still trying to align with the international regulations on labeling, but slowly that is also going away. Okay, but I'll still let the panel to actually. Oh, there's another question.
I didn't think you hate me that much, but anyway, I will make it short.
Francis, I think I want to sacrifice you because you've been in this space for quite some time. I'll allow the lady on your right and the gentleman behind you. So you and me can actually talk about this over a bottle.
Thank you. I'm Patience Mgoli. I'm Patience Mgoli. My question is directed to Kenya. You know, when you follow social media and other news, you'd find that I think in Kenya there is a law that bans sharing kind of local seeds, farmers sharing local seeds, and if you're found, you're kind of penalized, and you are supposed to be like 2 years imprisonment. So when you look at that, it's like, I think, and then on the flip side of things, we have now, you know, hybrid seeds, GMOs, and what have you. So my question is, when you try to look at the advancing and how government, you know, has protected the local seeds against the, you know, hybrids and what have you, isn't it somehow political that government is trying to advance commercialization of things, making sure that, you know, the commercial side of things are moving, or fundraising on their part politically, at the expense, you know, of the local farmers? I just want to hear from Kenya. Okay. What's the story behind that? Thank you.
Thank you, Patience. Yeah.
Just a quick one, maybe to Professor Ijoma. The issue of segregation in BT planting materials, especially the second generation. What is the % segregation of the planting materials? Because we are used to maybe hybrid, which has very high % of segregation. So maybe you can go on that.
All right, so this is the last round. And I want David, you take the question from Patience. I know you've been engaging with that question, but be very precise. And yeah, and then the rest of us, you also want to give a parting shot and also answer to any of the questions that you feel we should. So we can start with David, but yeah.
Thank you, Patience. Yeah. So that issue of or claim that the government is introducing laws to punish anybody who is replanting their ancestral seed has been there. I would like to make it clear that that is propaganda. Seed laws in Kenya have been there. The Plant Varieties Act has been there. What the people fail to know is that the law, be it in Kenya or anywhere else, is that any sale of any seed of any kind, if it is not registered and certified, is illegal. So farmers saving their seed and replanting is okay. It is not illegal. What is illegal, however, if there is a farmer or a group of farmers who are producing seed and they want to sell to other farmers without the consent of Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services is illegal. And so what is in the media is propaganda. That is not true. Any country that has a functional seed system has laws, regulations, and guidelines that govern how seed is dealt with in the country. So that is not true. The Seed Law and Plant Varieties Act are there to protect farmers against scrupulous business people who want to sell grain to them in the name of safe seed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Let me answer as my parting shot, answer the question on are we winning? I think in this conversation we've seen how some years ago we only had 2 countries with a functional system. Now we have 12 plus. We've seen the technology that was introduced way back in 1996 still going strong. We've seen capacity develop to a point where the thinking that this technology would come from the developed world is not there. We can have this genetically modified organic done here by Africans on African soil. And very lastly, 4 years ago today, I know that the world came to a standstill. Hotels like these ones all shut down. Planes were grounded, and we could not even shake hands. And there was even an advisory that stay at home. People started working from home. Let me go then beyond the purview of agriculture by saying it was science and technology, and especially vaccinology, which is an extension of biotechnology, that provided the answer through a genetically modified recombinant vaccine. And now we are here. I don't know whether we won and we are winning, but I leave that for the rest to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ijoma, your parting shot?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think to also answer that biotech crop is not the only answer or the silver bullet. And even when you have a very good bred varieties, and then you don't also follow the good agronomic practices, you'll not also get the best out of it. So in as much as irrigation, like you said, is not also the same way, it's only complementary. So we're not trying to say that, it has the whole solution. It's complementary, the existing, and for us to be able to attain food security. So it's still work in progress, and then we're still improving to make sure that Africa is food secured and Africans can feed themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Yeah, my parting shot, what I would say is that the myths and misconceptions were the ones that preceded the correct information, so that's why maybe they have the loudest voice, but we will continue working. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Commission for Science to create the awareness and let people make informed decisions. And the information that we give out shall continue to be that which is based on science and is based on facts. So all I can say is the work continues. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can we give a hand of applause to our panelists? Yeah, so quickly, maybe I'll just go through some of the main points that came through. One, I think, was to do with the fact that what Ijoma talked about and Prof also talked about, that we are not saying that this is the solution for every problem that is within the agriculture sector. If there's anything that we are bemoaning about is that this technology has been neglected within the wider infrastructure of biotechnology. So no one should go out of that door saying that we're advocating for this technology as a solution for each and every problem that farmers are facing. That is not what these guys are saying. That's not what I'm saying. We're only saying that this is an additional tool that needs to find its place within the toolbox. That's number one. Secondly, I think the issue of capacity. What the panelists have actually managed to tell us is that we have local capacity in terms of scientists, in terms of infrastructure, policies, but also political will. It's really about harnessing these elements to ensure that we are able to progress these things. So we do have capacity. We are also told of how some products, for example, could not make through that capacity, especially the regulatory process. So it's not that everything that comes their way finally gets to be approved. The issue around decisions around biotechnology to be science-based was very critical, because I think it would appear sometimes when we're making decisions on biotechnology, we tend to focus on other things. Yes, we'll consider public opinion. It's extremely important. But in the end of the day, just as at that point when our lives, the whole world was at stake, and we needed a solution, and that solution lied in biotechnology, we were able to go that route. It's very important that our development policy is science-based, and not just because of sensationalism or what the people are saying out there. It's very important to be science-based. Public participation, extremely important to ensure that you are speaking to the problems and not just engaged in science or research just to show that you're a scientist. That's not what we're saying. We don't have that luxury. Make sure that I think there's public participation, and that public participation takes into consideration all the challenges that are there so that you're speaking to the issues. Lastly, investment. It looks like we cannot develop if we don't have requisite investment. And what would be critical in that frame of investment is national investment. In as much as we may want to leverage on external investment, it would be important for us to start looking at how are we investing in science and technology from national budget. So regardless of what, for example, the donor would say, the budget would still be there. I think most of our sectors, just as I said earlier on, suffer that. The moment UNICEF withdraws its support, then the whole health sector crumbles. We don't want that. The same way in science, technology, and innovation, and more especially as well on biotechnology, we want to ensure that it is homegrown. It can only be homegrown if we invest in science and technology, R&D, but again from our national coffers. With that, I want to thank you and also allow me to appreciate my panel, but can you also join me in thanking them for the good job? Well done. Maybe we can come for a group photo and then we join the rest of them.
Colleagues, please don't leave We are still awaiting the other groups to come back to the main room for us to do the last session of the day. That when we are going to also be giving out announcements. Should you be in a hurry to leave, please note that tomorrow the session won't be in this room, but we are going to be using the room next door. And you are urged to wear your name tags because tomorrow we are going to have a larger group in the other room, so that is just going to cause commotion. So you are advised to wear your badge all the time and ensure those who are going to be coming, the day delegates who are going to be coming from other places or other hotels, please know that the entrance, you should not use the main entrance to the hotel, but you use the parliamentary entrance. Since tomorrow they've got another group of other partners or other organizations that are going to be here in this auditorium. So we are still waiting for the other guys to come through from the other sessions, and then we wrap up.
So I will be moderator for this plenary session. So I work at the University of Mauritius, specifically the Faculty of Agriculture. And my areas of specialization are in entrepreneurship, climate smart agriculture, extension, agricultural management, and economics. Okay? So this session is about bringing it together. So we had 3 parallel sessions on the theme, technology and innovations for food systems transformation. So the first session was convened by Solidaridad in Ntiwatiwa Hall. The second session was convened by AATF in the MBZ Hall, in this hall. And the third session was convened by SAI in Mafumo Hall. So I now have the pleasure to invite our first panelist, Ms. Rumbi Naka. Ms. Rumbi Naka, and Mr. Igor Manuel from Solidaridad. So just to tell you, Solidaridad is an international civil society organization with its headquarters based in Netherlands. Okay, so the first 2. Yes. So I did some Google search about Solidaridad. Okay, so I could see that you are in supply chain related activities. Okay, so I will now to invite Mr. Chinoko Vitumbiko. Mr. Chinoko Vitumbiko, the OFA project manager. Maybe he's busy with the tea break, having some good food snacks. So Mr. Chinoko Vitumbiko is the OFA project manager from AATF. So AATF stands for African Agricultural Technology Foundation. So it is an African-led organization and not-for-profit organization based in Kenya. Am I right? Based in Kenya, okay. And it promotes modern agricultural technologies. So we have third panelist. I now invite Mr. François Rossou, the Chief Executive Officer of SAI. So SAI is a not-profit organization based in Pretoria, South Africa. And what I gathered during your presentation, Mr. Rossou, is that you empower family farms, okay? And you're involved in policy influence and advocacy. So thank you, panelists. So each one of you, you will have 10 minutes, okay? So the first group, okay, you are 10 minutes. Second panelist, 10 minutes. Third panelist, 10 minutes. And after your intervention, we will take some burning questions, okay? Some hot questions from the audience. So let's now hear from the first panelist, Ms. Rumbi Naka and Mr. Igor Manuel from Solidaridad for their feedback on the session. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Igor, and I represent an organization called Kivuno. Kivuno is a social enterprise that uses technology to deliver last-mile services to small-scaled farmers. So I would like to present to you a video that summarizes what we do and the partnership that we have with Solidaridad that then my colleague Rumbi is going to also summarize. So video, please.
Cotton farming has been on the decline in recent years. Unavailability of reliable markets and high probability of loss has left the industry unattractive to investors. Solidaridad, in partnership with Kivuno, have introduced an e-payment to reduce loan defaulting, de-risking the industry. Mr. Given Perry, the program's manager, details the successful implementation of the project.
My name is Given Perry. I work with Solidaridad and I'm the programs manager for Malawi. We are here to witness and experience the new technology of paying farmers, that is through the bank. In short, we are calling it e-payment system. So it's a new technology, one of its kind in the cotton sector. So we are at the buying center to demonstrate the process of buying until the farmer gets their money through the bank. And we approached Kivuno. Kivuno asked us is how secure is their money, considering that the culture or the custom has been that farmers is prone to robbery and all issues to do with insecurity when you are paying cash. So we sat down and said, what do we do to convince this investor, Kivuno, to invest in this project? So we thought paying through the bank would be one of the ways we would solve their fears in terms of their investment.
Lydia Banda, the regional operations lead for Kivuno, speaks of the fear of the investor.
My name is Lydia Banda. I work for Kivuno as regional operations lead, a social enterprise that delivers last mile service delivery for smallholder farmers whilst leveraging technological solutions and community networks. When Solidaridad approached us to invest in the cotton seed buying as Kivuno, it was such an honor to be a part of such an important initiative within the cotton sector. As an investor, the first point of concern was how we would secure and safeguard our money. When the e-payment system was highlighted as one of the means through which Kivuno could safeguard and protect its investment, this gave us the extra boost of confidence to minimize risk.
We engaged the bank, Standard Bank, to say how can we deal with the issue of accounts to be active throughout the year. So we reasoned with them, they accepted to say they will open bank accounts that will not have a limit. They will be active throughout the season. But also the challenge to say farmers should go to the bank. We agreed with Standard Bank that their staff could go in the field, right in the field, to open accounts right there. So we dealt with that challenge, but also the challenge to say how will farmers pay the deposit because they don't have money. In this project, we are working with a GINA. When you produce the seed, we do not have the facility to process it. So we are in partnership with one GINA called Masapa. So we asked Masapa if they could be able to provide deposit for these farmers, which they did.
Mr. Kukosi Nguluwe, the COFA chairman, spoke of the resistance from the farmers and how the farmer sensitization by Solidaridad and Kivuno helped instill confidence in the e-payment. Speaking next was Mr. Joe Malego, who mentioned the reduction in loan defaulting by the farmers due to the e-payment and the easy accessibility of the funds after the transfer. We also spoke to Mr. Mixon Banda, the general supervisor, who testified of the safety and peace of mind brought by the non-cash transactions. Finally, we sat with the senior chief, who spoke about the improved livelihoods of the people as now they are able to sit, budget, and plan well for their cotton proceeds. Collaborating her story is Regina Chibalango and Grace Chikasu, cotton farmers benefiting from the e-payment. They added that their families are happier and closer. Their safety is assured as they do not keep large sums of money in their houses as before, and the ability to plan has improved their livelihoods and general well-being. Farmers are registered and issued with an identity card, then asked to open a bank account. After trading information is entered in a data management system with details of how much produce they have brought, their account details, With the card issued previously, a payment process is initiated. After the sale, a transaction is approved in the system and the farmer gets a notification of funds from the bank after 2 hours. The Executive Director of the Cotton Council of Malawi weighs in on the innovation.
My name is Cosmas Luanda. I am the Executive Director of Cotton Council of Malawi. I just want to add a word on the performance of the system that was implemented in Chingulu APA in Salima. It's a system that we had to discuss initially with the Solidaridad as a project to say, as a nation, as a cotton subsector in Malawi, we needed to find a system that can strengthen the traceability of transactions in the cotton sector, especially when we are selling or during the marketing period of seed cotton. It's an arrangement that really we are pleased about as Cotton Council of Malawi, because it shows us that the proof of concept is really positive. We can now confidently, outscale this system across the country. This, as Cotton Council of Malawi, working together with Solidaridad, is to de-risk the cotton sector. The cotton sector has faced a lot of challenges, which have led to low production over the past period of 7 or 10 years. With the coming in of many genus into play in the cotton sector, we have seen that more of the players have been interested in getting as much cotton as possible during the marketing period, but not many of them are interested in investing in the cotton sector. So because of that, less investments into production, but more interest to buy the cotton, we find that more production is not there, is nowhere to be seen.
The future has never been so bright. With Kivuno and Solidaridad coming in, a win-win situation has been established. Farmers now have improved livelihood. There is security for the investment, for the investor.
Time and we did not get to go through all of the questions, but I will just be giving a brief summary. So the multi-stakeholder policy dialogue of Open Farmer Data Ecosystem aims to create a shared vision and collaborative approach to harnessing the power of open data to transform agriculture in Southern Africa. We started off our session showing a game that we had played in our past 2 locations. The game was designed to showcase the importance of sharing data. The room was divided into teams, they were given different roles, and they were asked to collect data relevant to their particular function. And they were then told to consolidate their data and asked to give full information about the farmer. It was quickly discovered that without a unique identifier, it was very difficult to consolidate data. The results from the exercises were that across both countries with a farmer ID, there were more complete records and more farmers reached within the same constraints. A globally unique identifier is essential to enable data sharing. Resources are also scarce and duplicated data wastes resources. Duplicated interventions in the same area also bring about confusion to farmers. And data collection is a shared responsibility. In the session, there were 4 groups and we all discussed the questions. In this session, we all discussed the questions together. So the first group question that we had was, how can data ownership models help smallholder farmers in Southern Africa control their data while sharing it for benefits? So here we discussed, firstly, that it is important for government to take a lead. They need to direct us on which data should be shared. A co-creation approach is necessary where government works with NGOs. On one hand, government will be regulating the data while the private sector looks at the level of accuracy of data and how data can be shared. The next question we looked at was, how can privacy laws be strengthened to protect smallholder farmers' data and build their trust in the OFDE? So there were a couple of points that were brought up here on how to make smallholder farmers feel more comfortable with their data being shared. The first thing we looked at was farmer sensitization. It's important to share information with the farmer and also train them and explain to them what will be happening with their data. Data minimization control, minimizing how we use sensitive data. Data anonymization, the process of giving all the data except the sensitive data. Another way to make farmers feel more comfortable is to enact stiff penalties for those who are misusing data. The next group question that we looked at was looking at the digital divide. The question here was, what policies can improve internet access and digital infrastructure in rural areas to support smallholder farmers? Some of the topics that were discussed here was capacity building, the need to ensure digital literacy, government collaboration, and an example was given of putting a one-stop center into communities, having internet points in rural areas, and also using existing infrastructure such as post office. So some of the key points that we did get from the session was firstly that having a unique identifier that is shared by different stakeholders allows for data sharing across organizations. It gives the potential for sharing data in the ecosystem. It also enables new services which transforms the way we work with farmers, allowing for a holistic view of the farmer. A holistic view of data allows for better decisions to be made on how to support the farmer, and everyone in the ecosystem benefits from sharing data. Therefore, it must be a shared effort. Thank you.
So a round of applause, yes, for our panelists. So thank you, Solidaridad, for your feedback. So what we gathered from the video, the video depicted the electronic payment system and also the challenges faced by farmers. And also you mentioned about the open farmer data ecosystem with special emphasis on the sensitive data. So thank you very much. So I now invite the second panelist, Mr. Chimuko Vitumbiko from ATF, for your feedback. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. So in our session, we were looking at the case study of Kenya and Nigeria on how these two countries took two different paths, more or less similar, of course. But I think the other one struggled, but the other one is actually thriving. They have 3 crops that they have commercialized. And I must say that I think the most interesting bit of that session was the exchange between participants and the panelists. And I think from the engagement, I could draw about 6 or 7 takeaways. One, I think, is to mention that biotechnology or GM technologies are not a panacea for each and every agricultural problem that we have out there. The issue is that this is a tool that perhaps is missing in most of our countries' toolbox to solve agricultural problems. And what we're advocating for is to ensure that it is included, just like other developed countries have, and they've been able to address some of the very painstaking challenges that besetting our agriculture. Just like another technology, I found also a very strong consensus around the risk that we run to sensationalize technologies, to think that this is everything. And it's very important that we don't do that. We speak exactly to what these technologies are addressing, and what they're not addressing, we don't communicate it as such. So for example, if this is a drought resistant, that is a technology. Do not extend it to say it is nutrition, it is what. Just focus on what this technology is addressing. That is ethical, but that is also integrity that we need to ensure it accompanies our engagement. The second issue was around capacity. Contrary to what we hear about lack of capacity in Africa to manage biotechnology, we are told that Africa has the capacity in terms of human resource. We have very talented people who can research, who can regulate, who can commercialize. So we are good on that as well. The infrastructure, we have universities, we have labs, we have all that it needs to take for us to do research and development until commercialization. We also do have policies, we do have regulations, and in addition, we also do have political will in some countries. And I think what is really missing in all that is the fact that we haven't been able to develop a culture where all the entities that are critical to biotechnology development are able to meet together and develop what I would call a national vision on biotechnology, which as a country you might want to run with. So all these different entities are seen to be running or maybe advocating for biotechnology or a certain aspect of agriculture transformation on its own. And that is not strange, for example, to biotechnology. So we need to ensure that it is brought into this kind of framework. This is what gives me joy, that we can bring this technology now within this kind of ecosystem like Fanrpan, where we can start to engage with the people that are working on the ground. So collaboration is extremely key. Thirdly, it was about how governments, when they come up on decisions around biotechnology, they would put a lot of weight on other factors and not science. We are saying that all other factors are equally important, but this being a science issue, how about ensuring that decision making is based on science and not propaganda or not just activism, which sometimes they shout the loudest, and because they've shouted the loudest, they end up carrying the day. It is very important that our decisions on biotechnology, just like in any other endeavor that we might want to take as a country, is actually science-driven. We also recognize the fact that there is no country which aspires to develop that has done so outside science. And therefore, it's very important to recognize the role of science in our development. And when we're coming up with policies, it's important as well to ensure that it is science-based, evidence-based, and all that. Issues around public participation came through. And we said that it's important when you are developing these technologies, it's not just an exercise of your intellectual prowess, but you're actually addressing the problems on the ground. We are past the stage of just exercising or demonstrating to the people that you can do things. We've now gone into community research where we're saying, can you start solving the problems on the ground? I was intrigued the other day, somebody was showing me a cartoon of a student who was defending his PhD, and they were asking him, what is this research going to help the community? And he said, I also don't know. I just want to graduate. We don't want that. We really want to ensure that we develop research that has utility on the ground. And that would involve public participation so that you solve the problems that are there on the ground. So issues around public participation, extremely critical in our research. Finally, Mr. Moderator, it was an issue around investment. We've struggled with the issue around IP, seed systems and all that. And when you look at it in totality, we don't have a hold on these issues because by and large, we've not invested in research and development. So the one who developed in research at some point and who has gone before us ends up owning the IP on different technologies. And what we're saying really is that if we want to have a hold on our IPs, we also need to ensure that we build infrastructure that would allow us to own. So if you've not researched, you've not invested in research and development, if you've not built an infrastructure that would help you to secure those rights, we should not be surprised if somebody else, for example, is bringing these technologies and now they start to impose some cost on us. That is how IP work largely. So what is the point? If we invest in science and technology, we'll be able to develop our own, and our rights will be with our brothers and sisters. That is going to reduce the cost around biotechnology, but also on ownership. Those that have dealt with the BT cotton will tell me that the cost of seed is very high compared to traditional seed, even when the performance is better. But the reason why it is high, it is because the IP rights around BT cotton are held by a company in India. If we had gone the same route, perhaps would have cut the cost. So the issue around R&D is critically important. Lastly, I think when you look at biotech and investment, we just look at research and development and science. But I think when it comes to biotechnology, what was equally felt was that we also need to invest around education, awareness, so that we deal with all these propagandas that have gone before the technology and tarnished the image of this technology. So equally investing on science, technology, coupled with awareness is important. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Yes, a round of applause for Mr. Vitumbiko. So Mr. Vitumbiko is from the ATF. So you highlighted well, I think in the presentation, in the parallel session, you mentioned the 2 case studies. So you mentioned the 6 takeaways, the challenges, and also you mentioned that risk to technologies. Okay, we have to take this into consideration. And also what is important, so from your perspective, is research utility, innovation in creating awareness on biotechnology issues. Okay, and also you mentioned, very important, about collaboration between, for example, on how ATF could contribute to knowledge and bring these technologies to Fanrpan. So thank you very much. So our last panelist, Mr. François Rossou. Mr. Rossou is from SAI. Okay, so over to you, Mr. Rossou, for your presentation, for your
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, so we started the session by showing an example of how our organization is currently using artificial intelligence, mainly because of restraints with regards to capacity. We are not a big organization. We do not have a lot of resources, but we do have a lot of farmers across the country. We have developing farmers, and even not just developing farmers, but there are also commercial farmers with access to knowledge needs. And the best way that we were able to address this capacity issue was by harnessing artificial intelligence. You see, just like the internet connected people and connected us to the information of the world, and like the cell phone enabled us to communicate from anywhere, artificial intelligence is going to allow us to speak to vast, vast amounts of data. And not just speak to that data, we will be able to pose problems to that data, ask it questions and follow up and create deep and meaningful conversations, build intellectual property within our own organizations and companies. So I took all the attendees through our application, what it meant for these farmers, what are the types of questions that they asked it, and what the information was trained on. The application is a native app that you can download from the App Store or the Google Play Store, and farmers speak to it like they speak to their friends on WhatsApp, and they ask it deep questions pertaining to agricultural issues that they are facing. Some of the questions, and after the session, you know, is it available in other languages, and can anyone access it? We recently, before I came on the panel, we just did a test in the Malawian language. sorry, what's the language name again? Chiwenga. Chichewa, yeah. And it just answered it perfectly. And that just demonstrates the power of artificial intelligence and especially large language models. It's not that data that is there is stored in Chichewa on our database. No, it's being translated in real time. And just like we translated it in real time in that language, it can be translated to 83 other languages that we've tested as well. Then the second issue was about data, biases with regards to the information that is provided. Is the information regulated? How do we know it's an expert? And you know, from that side, we said it's very important that each organization takes ownership of its own AI platform. Here on my left-hand side is my colleague Hastings from Arcades. Arcades has been busy for the past 2 months building their own AI platform because they said they're not comfortable with generative or generic information being fed to their farmers. They want their farmers in Malawi to have Malawi-specific agricultural information. They want to share the intellectual property that they have built up as an organization in Arcades. They want to share that with their farmers. And that is why they took ownership of their database. They trained the artificial intelligence on their information, and that information is being dispersed to their members. Another important thing is AI ethics. We have built an AI ethical framework. The most important thing that you need to remember is by the end of this year, every person will be able to deploy an AI platform. You will be able to do it on your cell phone. But the real value in information is if it's ethically curated. If it's ethically curated, it means it's worth something. And with that comes traceability. With that comes the responsibility to ensure that what is fed into that system is applicable to your members and does not harm an ethical code. And in this system that we've deployed is that ethics framework. A big thing also was, how do we collate that data? How do we take a sample out of all the small conversations and build bigger intelligence? I use the example of the foot and mouth disease in my country. We picked up foot and mouth disease in South Africa in the Eastern Cape 2 months before it was reported anywhere else. Just because farmers in those areas were having conversations where they were saying, I see there is a sore on my cow's lips. I see there's some bruising on the hooves. And the AI picked up that these farmers having this conversation so close to one another could be an indication of foot and mouth disease, and immediately the AI showed that there is a negative sentiment about something that could relate to that disease. Again, these are insights that AI is able to produce. Then prediction as well. And prediction comes with prompting. If you ask intelligent, well-structured questions, the answers you will get will be much better as well, and will be able to help you predict what is going to happen. It will be able to help you to calculate what you need to know for the future. And that is also where we are heading with this platform. At the moment, it's you ask a question and the AI provides an answer. And in some cases, the AI asks you more questions to build a better answer for you. But we imagine a future where you will wake up after the 10th day of using this app, and the app will tell you, look, there's good rain coming. We see the seeds that you have bought. We think it's a good time to start planting. And given the market conditions yesterday, I think it's a good idea for you to plant the seeds. And this is where we are heading. And this is not the technology of tomorrow or something we still need to build. It's available now. And the fact that this technology is evolving so quickly means that there is a real space for us, and especially here in Africa, to build world-leading technologies. We have all the people to do it. And now with AI, we have the possibility and we have the ability to provide our farmers with expert advice at fraction of the cost. We just have to embrace it. Thank you.
So a round of applause for Mr. Rousseau. Thank you, Mr. Rousseau. So what we noted from your feedback, Mr. Rousseau, is you put emphasis on building intellectual property, on language models as well. So also on artificial intelligence ethics, which is becoming very important nowadays. So one interesting thing that we noted is the deployment of AI information by everybody. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Rousseau. Okay, so now we have reached the time for questions. So I will invite the audience for some, I won't say burning questions, okay? So in the morning we heard burning questions. I will say red hot questions, okay? So the floor is yours. So maybe we need to break the ice. So who is the first one? Then we'll have a domino effect of, en français on appelle ça effet boule de neige, okay? So the first question, yes, okay? Okay, yes. We do have a roving mic.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Rousseau. Is there a certain kind of farmer that your tools cater to? I guess what I'm trying to ask is whether you have the kind of resolution in data and in terms of connectivity and in terms of access to technology that is required to be able to cater also to smallholder farmers, or is it mostly larger commercial farmers that you are looking to cater to at the moment?
Yes, thank you. So our application or our solution was built to address the smallholder farmer issue. In our country, there's not really such a big connectivity issue. Most of these farmers have access to cell phone networks. What they do not have access to is, in most cases, is agricultural extension services, and that is what we wanted to solve. On a commercial level, there was this issue regarding other information, whether it be, let's say, a manual on how my big tractor works, and I don't have to sift through that manual and search manually. I can just ask the manual a question when it was fed into the artificial intelligence. Also with commercial farmers, it's helping them understand new regulations, new legislation. Those are usually big, massive documents in highly technical legal jargon, and they don't want to read through that because maybe they make a mistake in interpreting it. But asking it a question via the artificial intelligence and telling the artificial intelligence, look, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a technical expert, explain it to me like I'm an 8th grader. And it will dumb it down in such a way that it's digestible information. So to get back to your question, yes, this application was built to address the smallholder extension issue.
No questions? Next question? Yes? Maybe we take one from this side. At the back? Yes. Dr. Sibanda?
Thank you, Shane. A question for Vito and the AATF team. I think the issue of risk and safety with the products from biotech that we discussed even earlier this morning. We really haven't had these products for a long enough time to know exactly what impact they have on human health. And I'm not sure whether anybody is doing any studies on that to track if they can associate consumption of these products with any health conditions, just to give consumers confidence that, you see, it's not a question of you can eat this today, you feel full, somebody talked about comfort food, but you don't know whether there is going to be any long-term effects. What happens with is the metabolism of this kind of foods any different from the traditional foods? I think these are questions that we probably have not had some serious answers to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for that good question. Yeah, so in the process of developing these products, they go through a very rigorous regulatory process. On average, when you compare the conventional process of regulating and approving these products, GMOs in Africa take minimum 7 years before they can be on the shelf of a farmer or a seed company to start selling them to farmers. Conventional take approximately 1 to 2, maximum 3. What I'm trying to say is that here's a product which goes through a more strenuous process of assessment before it can be on the market. And then once a company that has processed that application starts to work, that license is not open-ended. At some given point, that process can be evaluated, and there's a monitoring process that goes into that. And should any of the things that this technology purported to do or to perform start to perform differently, then that decision can be reconsidered. So it's a very strong. So in Kenya, for example, it will be given 10 years. After 10 years, if it meets all the requirements, then it becomes open-ended. So to your point, you're a scientist, and what I would want to say is that science is evolving. Perhaps we can't know everything that we need to know for the next 100 years, but for the evidence that we do have now, I can assure you that the World Health Organization and most of these formidable science organizations have not said anything on the risk of GMOs. That said, what we need to be doing is to be very inquisitive, participate in the process to ensure that when we are in that regulatory journey, all of us are part of that journey. The reason why I'm saying this is that most of us come at the tail end of this process and start to question the product when, for example, if a government of Malawi is putting up a gazette notice for public participation on a particular GM products that they want to commercialize, most of us are not in that process. So what happens, we are very reactionary, and this is part of the agenda that I'm driving, that in as far as GMO is concerned in Africa, we need to be proactive. It starts with taking the agenda into these kind of spaces. Let's interface with the science, let's question it, let's have our answers answered. Lastly, I want to say that I think it's very important that as Africa we start to trust our own structures that we've elected, either through government or otherwise, but our own structures, including trusting our own scientists. And I find it quite disheartening that sometimes we easily believe the recommendations that come from outside the continent, and when it comes to our own, we don't trust. Why do I say this? We do have regulatory institutions in all our countries set up by our own governments. It's very important that we believe that what that institution has okayed, it is indeed okay. If we start doubting our own structures, then I think we're putting the whole agenda on science, technology, and innovation and other things into jeopardy. So it's high time that we start trusting our own structures. It's high time that we start believing that our own brothers and sisters that are managing these processes are up for good. They will make mistakes, they can make mistakes, but it will not be intentional. So that's what I would say, Prof, and for us as AATF, we really want to ensure that we're in these spaces, we get feedback, because that feedback also helps to shape what we're doing on the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question, sorry, is again to AATF. My name is Cosmos Magorokosho. I just want to ask and suggest something. The whole time we are talking about owning our own resources and owning our own processes, but at the same time, when we talk of GMOs, we are outsourcing and somebody is owning our resources. I kind of like the model that is used by NEPAD in gene editing. They work with you to develop the technology, not the gene editing technology, but to kind of domesticate and work with you on the traits that you see as relevant in your own environment with your own breeders. And I think that's a better model than the one that AATF is using, where we are relying on IP from other continents. And that IP, coincidentally, is also a little bit old. Those genes are very old. Number two, they are breaking down, so they need to be constantly stacked with another gene over and over again. So why don't we shift rapidly to the model where the local scientists, you've already said the capacity is there, the infrastructure is there, the people are there. Why don't we move to actually develop those things here instead of getting them from other players like Bayer, Monsanto, and obviously we know they have their own other interests. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a varied question, and I want to say that the reason why, for example, the approach is the way it is, it's because we're also speaking to our local context and the situation where we are. So when you look at, for example, how we've invested in science and technology, and today, yes, we have the capacity in terms of scientists, infrastructure, and all that, but I think we've not developed enough to a level where, for example, we have all the genes that, for example, we need to have at this stage. So what happens now is that those that have researched on those genes, we can go out and outsource those genes and bring them into our varieties. And I think it's going to take time before we get to that. But even within that process, we ensure that that process is as local as it can be, to ensure that we cut on some of those costs, because you are right, we don't want to go to that route where we are importing all these technologies and then we end up in a very difficult IP situation. So the way I look at it, colleagues, is that when you look at other technologies that we do have, other than, for example, the ones that we're talking about here, I look at simple technologies like vehicles. Most of us are driving, but we're not driving Malawian manufactured vehicles. And the reason for that is not because we do not have people that can do that, but we've not developed our infrastructure to a level where our scientists can develop our own vehicles. So what do? We end up importing. So the situation you're talking about is really something that is going to be sorted out once we develop our infrastructure to a level where we can do our own things. Currently, we need vehicles. We're losing Forex, importing them from Japan. But I think when we get to that level where we're able to manufacture our own vehicles, just like, for example, our colleagues in South Africa, they have no reason, for example, for them to be importing cars from Japan. You have your own. Malawi doesn't have that latitude. Your country, I don't know which one it is, maybe they don't have that latitude. So there is a level of development at which, for example, we can fully start to appropriate some of these technologies. I know the food issue is a bit emotive, and you're thinking about all those things that we are being owned by Monsanto and all that. And I have something to say. This is the R&D investment issue. And I was taking that as long as we continue to rely on international development, we're going to be in this situation. So the question I have, for example, is when you look at the overall development that we pursue in our different countries, how much of that is really nationally owned? I posed a question earlier on how much of our roads are financed by our own taxes. How much of our education is financed by our own taxes? How much of our health is financed by our own taxes? That is where we need to be going, but we'll not go there if we don't make those hard decisions of investing. So that issue around 1% to science and technology, and even appropriating part of that 1% to go into biotechnology research is what is going to solve that problem and perhaps solve it with finality. So it is an ongoing debate. It is something that I think we need to engage vigorously, and I hope one day we'll be able to solve, but it starts with identifying where it is itching. Thank you.
Question at the back? So maybe one question from me as moderator. So, yes, the question is directed to maybe all of you, okay? So if anyone wants to answer it, okay. So how do you advocate for, nowadays we are talking about policy coherence, okay? So how do you advocate for policy coherence in your organization, okay? And how policies are aligned to ensure that food systems achieve economic goals, environmental goals, social goals, and health goals? Anyone?
Okay. So I'll give an overview of what we do. So our main purpose in participating in this Fanrpan policy dialogue is to showcase something that we want to do. It's something that we call open farmer data sharing process. We believe that if we can share data about a certain particular farmer, we can allow different organizations to then have different interventions for the same farmer. We always say that if you go to a certain location to work with a certain group of farmers, today it is this organization that is working, 5 years it is another one. But the issue is, after 5 years, this other organization, they go there and they have to start the process again. So we are saying that we are wasting resources. We might even start doing something that the previous organization did. And we believe that this can be tackled and can be changed. And the best way for us to do that is if we can then share across different organizations what we are particularly doing to this particular farmer. But then, for us to do that, there is a need for us to build policies, because we are talking about data. It's a very sensitive concept, right? We need to know what could be the role that each organization should play in order to either protect the same farmer as well as, ensure that this farmer, they have access to the right information during this certain period of time, either through what my colleague said here, which is digital extension service, information about policies, so on and so forth. So this is what we believe could be our contribution to then change the current landscape, or reality that we are currently facing within our agricultural ecosystem. And we believe that could be done through data sharing among different organizations or different sectors for the same farmer that we, at the end of the day, want to, improve their livelihood or improve their lives. Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the things that I was very delighted to listen through is that I think we've bought 100% in the idea of systems thinking. I think we cannot talk about agriculture development from just one linear thinking. I think we've transitioned that, and I think I'm quite happy with that. But like my colleague is saying, I'm really wondering whether, having adopted that systems thinking, we still bogged down around nexuses. I think I've heard about a few nexuses. And I think the more we talk about nexus this and nexus that, you discover that no, I think we really need to, maybe there's still a bit of space for us to completely Yeah, so I was saying that I think we have this nexus thinking, which I feel like sometimes the more we talk about it could actually be limiting our systems thinking. So it's very important that I think yes, in some spaces we talk about nexus thinking, but I think let's talk about systems more and more. Then I think my challenge that I was feeling is that do we have necessary policies that are also talking systems? I think most of our policies in our different countries are still very linear. They will talk about gender there, they will talk about youth empowerment there, but still I think there's a bit of work that comes to it doesn't really approach the whole agricultural development from a systems thinking. The other challenge is operational. When you adopt a systems thinking to agricultural development, how does that translate to budget? National budget. You know, and I think that's also a bit of work that we need to do so that we also see, even as budgets are passed in Parliament, they are passed from a systems point of view. Because even there, when you look at budgets, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Health, Minister of what? Minister of Transport, and sometimes the Minister of Transport budget doesn't speak to agriculture, and yet they should be speaking because agriculture development will require the facilitation of efficient transport. So I think we also need to translate that into investment. So I think for me, I would say that we are in a good place to continue to deepen this conversation, though I would also want to think that there's still a bit more a ground to cover in terms of ensuring that what we're discussing from a systems perspective also filters into other spheres of our development engagement.
Thank you. There is this saying in technology, and especially when you're trying to get that first mover advantage, it's important to move fast and break things. And I think that is the worst possible saying when it comes to artificial intelligence. I think that the danger of misapplying it, especially in agriculture, can lead to incredible damages. If a farmer asks you, you know, is it possible, how much of this pesticide should I spray, and it's just too much, it can ruin a crop. And that's the same, you have that same reality with a bad agricultural extension officer's advice. But it's important that, especially when developing these technologies, is to put the right checks and balances in place. And that's why an AI ethical framework, that's why a good vetting process, great document selection, and getting credible sources is so important. And all of that is built into policy from the start. I do think the advantages and what we can get out of this, it's such a force multiplier for what we are trying to do in empowering small-scale farmers. But first we have to use it. And although we have to use it ethically, we have to get more people to use it to understand what the risks are. This is an extremely new technology. A year and a half ago, no one even knew about it. And it's important that we embrace it, but do it in such a sense that we as organizations take ownership of it and what the consequences are for how we apply it. I think more scarier than that is if somebody else decides for us how to use this. I don't want to live in that space. That's why we encourage each and every organization and company and government here to take ownership of your own platform. Steer that just like you've steered your extension program or the way you govern. I think that's the most important for us in guiding policy at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon. It's not really a question. So I come from the private sector agribusiness investments. That's what I do. And within our space, every time we come across these new technologies and so on, the thing that we will always want to discuss is the business case of it. Why do you want to do it? Ideally, we want to create competitive value chains. We want to deploy technology to make these value chains more competitive. And so AI has come, it's nice. If we deploy it, we'll be able to achieve that. Biotech versus hybrid maize, sorry if that's the example. Again, what is the business case for that? So all I'm trying to say is that every time these things come, beyond the science, if we want to start commercializing these things, we now have to start looking at the business cases of this. If we're able to create that business case, then now around competitiveness, profitability, and so on, then now be able to sort of start generating and rolling them out outside. So I think that's the only thing I'm missing. I've heard all this nice stuff, but I think creating that business case is probably the next step from this. Thanks.
I think for biotechnology, the business case lies in ensuring that the technologies that we put on the ground are superior than the ones that are existing. That is the number one. So for example, if you are saying that this technology is drought resistant, you have to prove through the regulatory system that this technology is indeed drought resistant more than what is existing. So any regulator, the moment you start saying that this is why we are promoting this variety, they'll be holding it to account to demonstrate what you are actually saying in terms of that. If it is not superior to any of the existing varieties, that product will not pass. I gave during our side event about one of the earliest activities in Kenya about sweet potato, the yellow sweet potato. When they looked at all the parameters, it was found that yes, the vitamin A was a little enhanced in that GM sweet potato, but it wasn't too superior to a level where we needed it on the market. The regulatory process was able to reject that. So that is a business case. So depending on the trade, you may need to demonstrate that there is indeed, it is indeed a best technology than what is there on the ground. But allow me also to come back on the issue around the food systems. There was a point I wanted to make earlier on, is that I think even as we are thinking about systems thinking and all that, I think at some point we may need to make some trade-offs. And I think that is a difficult conversation as a country, especially where you meet as stakeholders who have competing interests. What would be the trade-offs? And I look at the African Union guidance on how we're going to do climate smart agriculture. Within that, I think there are three elements, and my colleagues who are engaging in that space will agree. They talk about productivity and production. The second thing, they talk about resilience building. The third activity or the third element that they mention about is mitigation. But it is interesting, the wording towards the end of that, because saying mitigation if possible. For me, it properly locates where Africans will need to be. I think there is always going to be a level of trade-off that we need to apply. And I think at African Union level, they felt that, for example, on mitigation, it is something that we might want to think twice because of our emissions levels and other limitations that we might want to have. I would think when it comes to systems thinking, maybe there will be some trade-offs. But the way to arrive at what you want to focus on, it will take us to start working together so that as a community, be it at a country level or as a sector, you have a shared vision on what you want to do in as far as climate smart agriculture is concerned, or whatever part of agriculture you want to be engaging. So the trade-offs would have to be part of that process, but you cannot just single-handedly, as one actor, decide on those trade-offs. You need everyone else to engage in that process.
Thank you very much. So I think we had very fruitful deliberations and very good interaction from the audience. So a big round of applause for our four panelists. AATF, Solidaridad, and SAI. So maybe we can have a photo souvenir. So I pass on to Fanrpan Secretariat for the housekeeping.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm just here to give the final announcements for tomorrow. We are starting at 8:30. Please note that the venue has changed. We are going to the room next door. You are also reminded to keep your badges on tomorrow, your name tags, because without a name tag, you will not be able to access the venue. Tomorrow we'll be having a political something event that has nothing to do with us tomorrow, but so you are really urged to be having your badge on. Without the badge, you won't be able to access, you won't gain access into the hall. And also the day delegates who are also coming from, and also those who are coming from other hotels, please know that tomorrow you will not be able to use the main entrance of the hotel, but you'll be using the parliamentary entrance. I think it's this side. So please, tomorrow we are starting at 8:30. Thank you so much. Keep well.